Yeah, they will. We don't get punctuation.
Yeah, and like well,
they want to build education. Don't sing.
I locked in, bro.
oh, you did it right.
She caught my plan.
You go now?
The spirit of Dionysus.
Okay.
So
No, and cello for every E, so remember we literally start with those two.
Did you? I did.
And then we do the Is this with
So I'm just gonna go add the whole time.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what
I
she
feel
was
like
trying
that
to
was
say, but it was really cute.
I remember even my book, seeing those big pages and stuff like parents were yeah, good for you. What year are we doing? Do you have like an 8?
Oh my god.
No, nobis Domine tu, oda gloriam, 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 no, nobis, nobis Domine, no, nobis Domine, Domine, no, nobis, nobis Domine, no, nobis, Domine, Domine, no, nobis Domine, tu, oda gloriam, 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 no, nobis, nobis Domine, no, nobis, Domine, Domine, no, nobis, nobis Domine, no, nobis, Domine, Domine, tuosa gloriam, se nomine 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 tuosa gloriam, nobis Domine tu, oda gloriam, no, 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 nobis, nobis Domine, no nobis, Domine, no nobis, Domine, 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 tua da gloria.
No, not here. This is regular board meeting, so she can sit down. There's no sign in unless she wants to speak.
I know. It's good to see you. How are you? What are you here from? Mosquitoes.
Will the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? There's a better home awaiting if we try, Lord, if we try. Will the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? There's a better home awaiting if we try, Lord, if we try. I was singing with my sisters. I was singing with my friends, and we all can sing together. The circle never ends. Oh, will the circle be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? There's a better home awaiting if we try, Lord, if we try. I was born in the valley where the sun refused to shine. But I'm climbing to the high land, that mountain line. Oh, will the circles be unbroken by and by, Lord, by and by? There's a better home awaiting in the sky, Lord, in the sky, in the sky, Lord, in the sky.
Do we, did I pull? Well.
Yeah, we don't know. We were at the.
Can we ask everybody just, I'm gonna pull this thing here. We need to pull away from chairs. We're gonna pull this in seat, so if you guys wanna slide down one chair. Thank you.
Yep, you're good. Good. Thank you so much. Awesome. Thanks.
Well, yeah, but she's gonna need a seat. Okay. We're gonna do this. Get down one more time.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so very
No, you
much.
can sit there. Please slide down one more. So if you want
Yeah.
But actually, are they part of? These are. Can we put it in reserve seats so I don't run out of time? You're good now. But if you want to sit one of the reserved.
First two rows are all reserved seats. Thank you, guys.
Here.
Thanks, Dave. Apparently not. Should be.
Good to see you. I'm good.
Ora gloriam nos nobis Domine tu. 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 Ora gloriam 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 nobis Domine nobis Domine Domine nobis Domine nobis Domine Domine nobis Domine tuta gloria ora gloria nobis Domine Domine tuta gloria ora gloria nobis Domine nobis Domine Domine nobis Domine nobis Domine Domine tuota gloria se Domine tuota gloria se Domine tuota gloria se Domine tuota gloria se Domine tuota gloriam se Domine tuota gloriam nobis Domine tu ora 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 gloriam nobis Domine nobis Domine Domine nobis Domine nobis Domine 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 tuota gloria.
Okay, that sounds great.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
Bye.
No, you're good.
Whole high school made the book.
circle be unbroken. By and by, Lord, by and by, there's a better home awaiting. If we try, Lord, if we try. I was born down in the valley where the sun refused to shine. But I'm climbing to the high that make that mountain mine. Circles be unbroken. By and by, Lord, by and by, there's a better home awaiting. In the sky, Lord, in the sky. In the sky, Lord, in the sky.
Friends like you like each other. Yes. Thank you.
We good? Okay. Good evening. We'll call this regular board meeting for Wednesday, April 2nd, 2025 to order at 5:30 p.m. Welcome to all of you. It's good to see you. Hope all of you had a relaxing spring break. We do have a packed boardroom today. And as we proceed through the board agenda, the expectation is that we maintain professional decorum and orderly conduct in the boardroom. With that, roll call, please, Ms. Olson.
Director Bankus?
Here.
Director Carey?
Here.
Director Hafley?
Here.
Director Jorgensen?
Present.
Director Malpacum?
Here.
Director Nelson?
Here.
Director Ott?
Here.
All 7 board members are present in person. I do want to take a minute to thank our students who put on a performance for the audience before the meeting started. The Palmer High School students, under the guidance of their teacher, Ms. Elena Zaraki. Ms. Zaraki, could you join us in the front up here? And could you share a couple of words about your students and your program at Palmer?
Hello, I was here last month with my jazz choir.
Yes.
So this is my top the chamber singers. And it's a composition of 9th through 12th graders with advanced vocal ability. And we sing a cappella music, we sing accompanied music, and we're going to do our CHASA festival on Friday. So that was their CHASA set that they sang for you, and I'm excited to show them off. But yes, Palmer Performing Arts is alive and well. We have our musical coming up next week, You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown, on April 10th, 11th, and 12th at 7 p.m. So we'd love to see you there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Zaraki, if your students could just hang on for a minute, can they lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance when I call them, just in a couple of minutes? Okay. Thank you. Please join me as we observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Adoption of the agenda. Director Carey, can you please make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
The motion was presented and there was multiple seconds. I hope you got that. Roll call, please, Ms. Olson.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Hafley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The agenda has been adopted as presented. Pledge of Allegiance. Could we have the students up here to the front? You can, if all the students want to come, or 3 or 4 of them can come up here and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Thank you for leading us in the pledge. And hope you guys have a good evening. Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is awards and recognitions. We do have several student and staff recognitions today. Superintendent Gall.
Yeah, as we get ready to start our awards and recognitions, I want to highlight the folks wearing the circle stickers are either the students being recognized or the parents of those students being recognized. So as you see them in our audience and then make their way in and out, please take that time to kind of give them that good glance of way to go student or way to go mom and dad. Ms. Olson, you want to get us started?
The Scholastic Art and Writing Awards. The Scholastic Art and Writing Awards were founded in 1923 and, for more than a century, have celebrated creative teens throughout the country. Each year, Colorado students submit work to the Colorado Arts Award. This statewide competition is adjudicated by Art Media for technical excellence and original student voice. The best works are honored with a Scholastic Gold Key, Silver Key, and Honorable Mention. Gold and silver award winners are displayed at the Denver Art Museum. Gold Key winners from around the country are submitted to the national exhibition to be juried.
I'm going to ask Harper to tell us where she's from and what her art piece is about. No, what schools?
Oh, I'm from Coronado.
Where were you born?
I was born in California.
All right. Welcome to Colorado.
Thank you. I won a gold key for an art piece I made, and I can't really describe it, but I was very inspired by like traditional Japanese theater masks, so I kind of incorporated that into like a little creature thing. I don't really know.
Cool. Awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Harper. We went too fast for Miss Olson.
Working on getting some more stickers.
I get the Russell Middle School award winners. David, want to bring everybody in?
Colorado PTA Reflections winners. The National PTA Reflections Program is the nation's oldest and largest arts education initiative of its kind, inspiring students since 1969 to express themselves creatively. Founded by Colorado's own PTA president, Mary Lou Anderson, this program has encouraged millions of students to explore their artistic talents. Each year, students from pre-K through 12th grade, along with special artists, bring a national theme to life through original works in dance choreography, film production, literature, music composition, photography, and visual arts. This year's theme, Accepting Imperfection, invited students to embrace creativity without limits and find beauty in the imperfect. Arts education is essential, not only fostering imagination and self-expression, but also strengthening critical thinking, problem-solving, and emotional well-being. Students advance through school, regional, state, and national levels, gaining recognition for their creativity and dedication. Tonight, we are honored to recognize D11 students who have earned awards from the Colorado PTA for their outstanding artistic entries. Their work exemplifies the spirit of this year's theme, reminding us all that imperfection is part of the creative journey.
Do we have any members of the PTA here as well? Could they come forward?
I did very good. I made my.
That's okay. Liam, you want to tell us a little bit about your work?
I did very good at art, and I did very good. And I made super cool art. I made me.
Me too. That's awesome. So I feel sometimes too. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Jeremiah was not here. I think we're okay. More PTA awards. Doherty and Mitchell. I think Mr. Cole is here. I see him. I know some of you all by name. Paul. Is there more to read? Oh, same what we read before, but now for Mitchell and for Doherty High School. Landon? Yep. Thank you. Got two for Landon here. That usually means that we missed one if I have two for the same. Maximus? No. No.
Two different sets.
And then there you are, Sophia. Sophia, why don't you tell us a little bit about the program and what it meant to you? Tell everybody who you are.
Hi, I'm Sophia. I go to Doherty High School. The PTA Reflections is an opportunity for me to show off my photography. I don't think of myself as a creative person, but it gives me a chance to use that outlet. I submitted a photo of fall leaves and showing that it's okay to be different than other people.
Awesome. Round of applause for Sophia.
Hi, I'm Aubrey. They didn't tell me how to talk. But, I submitted
art for visual arts in the PTA awards, and the prompt was accepting imperfections, and I thought that I could turn it into a creative and interesting interpretation of it, and I won silver for it. So yeah.
Paul, I know you'll share.
Okay. Well, I also wasn't aware that I had to talk, but I guess I can say something. So I submitted music composition, and it was a piece about like machines that had become alive and self-aware and were, imperfect, which was the theme. So I figured that fit, so I submitted that, and yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds like the theme for the Terminator. Matt, do you want to share your work as well?
So apparently nobody knew they were supposed to talk, including me. But I submitted a photo for photography, and with the theme of accepting imperfections, it was kind of a path. Different paths are kind of rocky and different. So that was imperfect, but it was, accepting of that.
And a special thanks to our PTA support for all these awards and these opportunities that our children get to be able to share. And I love the fact that none of them are prepared to speak, and they speak better than all of these adults who spend all day long getting prepared to speak. So thank you all for being here. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Okay, we got one more.
Two-time wrestling state champion. This year's senior
Coaches.
Katie Valdez became the first two-time wrestling state champion in Doherty High School history, adding to her impressive resume, which includes CHASA accomplishments, 121-3 record, 3-time state placer, 2-time state champion, USA Wrestling accolades, 2-time Pan Am champion, 2-time Fargo national champion, 2-time preseason national champion, multiple-time state champion and All-American. Katie is ranked number 1 in the country at 100 pounds and number 18 in the pound-for-pound rankings.
Katie cannot be here because she's traveling back from an international competition, and so that flight was delayed. So the two coaches have challenged me to a little sumo on-site wrestling. Can you both introduce yourselves and say something nice about Katie?
Yeah. I'm Coach Bubba Martinez. I was the head girls wrestling coach at Doherty. Katie's like a once-in-a-lifetime athlete that you get to coach. I just feel like it's a privilege to be in the room with her when I get to just, dang, it's harder to talk than you think. No, yeah. It's just awesome to be in the room and just watch her with her gifts, and she's just one of the greatest people I know in and out of the room, so yeah.
Awesome, thanks. Coach?
I'm Sam Martinez, the head wrestling coach at Doherty High School. And yeah, it's just like Coach Bubba said, it's been a blessing to be a part of Katie's journey since she was a 6th grade student at Russell Middle School. And then since girls wrestling has been a sanctioned sport in Colorado, she's the 2nd girls state champion, so we're proud of that. And she's just paving the way for the future to see who's going to be the next girls state champion at Doherty. And we're just super proud of Katie, everything she's accomplishing. Like Dr. Mr. Gall said, that she is traveling back from Estonia, which is it's dubbed the toughest wrestling tournament in Europe. She took 1st place in Greco-Roman, 5th place in freestyle, and she's also going to be on her way to Washington for women's nationals, which is also the world team trials. So our wishes are with her for good health and good competition. And hopefully she comes home to go represent the USA for the World Championships. So that's her goal, and she's going to be wrestling at McKendree University in the future with aspirations to be an Olympic champion.
That's awesome. Okay, a long distance round of applause for Katie. Thanks, guys. Thanks, we got one more. Oh no, that's for the other one. Thanks.
So congratulations to all the students and staff who were recognized, and I'm going to make an announcement. If a student or staff is going to be recognized up front, be prepared to talk. in the future. That's the expectations. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, the spotlight today is on the academic team leadership. Superintendent Gall.
Yeah, hello to our school board and to our community. Tonight I wanted to take advantage of a chance to introduce a reorganization that we've taken on as an endeavor on our academic side. A couple of years ago when I arrived in District 11, we had 5 chiefs that ran the operations of the district and 1 chief that ran the academic part of what we do. We are a teaching and learned institution, so we have been on a several-year endeavor of making sure that we could align our resources where we have more chiefs on the academic side than we have on the operational side. Still only about 4 out of every 10 of our kids are achieving on grade level. We're super proud of the work that we've made in the last couple of years, but we still have a long way to go. And so tonight I'm going to introduce and share with you the thinking of our new triad chief superpowers, Wonder Power triplets activate. You guys get your hands up there together. It'll be great. I'll go quickly through my slides so we can then just have a small conversation with the 3 of them. This will be effective July 1st as we come into a new contract year. The goal of what we've been trying to do is to build toward a team of teams. Most organizations are structured in that first column that you'll see there in a command structure, where you have a superintendent and then a deputy and a couple of chiefs and directors and people that work underneath that. That's a very traditional way to solve a set of problems that America really hasn't figured out how to solve. There are very few districts in the country that have figured out how to close the achievement gap and sustain that. So we, over the last couple of years, have moved more toward a command of teams, and now we want to get to a place where we have a team of teams. The concept here is, how do we take 3 incredibly talented individuals, put student learning in the middle as the problem that needs to be solved, and then use our instructional strategy and framework around that in how it is that we engage with our students, how is it that we ensure that we deliver rigor in our academic programming, and how is it that we ensure that every one of our teachers has the supports that they need to have the best instructional practice that is able to deliver on student outcomes. I want to introduce to folks, because anytime you introduce a new idea to people, they say, where did I get that money? This is budget neutral, and for the 2nd year in a row, we will take a several $million-dollar haircut at central office to make sure that we don't cut teaching positions and that we continue to invest in the classroom closest to the student. So as you see this, you can see we're taking the positions that we had in the 2024-25 school year this year and transitioning next year from a single chief of academics and a principal, 2 different principals on special assignment, that's what POSA stands for, and now have a chief of curriculum, a chief of instruction, and a chief of student experience and success. I am proud to introduce Dr. Carol Fry. Carol, come in and tell everybody about yourself for a second.
Sure, I am honored to serve students in this new role by supporting our teachers. As I know, I've been here before. I've had the incredible opportunity of being a principal for the last 12 years in 2 different systems, but most recently had the opportunity to serve as the interim chief of coaching and development and really begun the work around aligning our professional development systems with our on-site coaching.
Right, I'm going to go through the pictures and then we'll get to the questions just so I can introduce everybody real quick. I'm ad-libbing. If I could get Crystal, your pictures next. There we go.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. So I am super excited to join the team. We have worked together 4 hours maybe in the last couple days, and just excited to really learn with and from all of the great leaders that I've got to see so far in District 11.
Great. And Crystal, where are you coming from?
Academy School District 20.
Great. And before that?
Before that, I was the director of curriculum for Pueblo for 4 years, and then I was in Chicago before that. So moved here 5 years ago.
Okay. Deirdre?
Hi, it's great to see everyone, and I'm excited to continue this work. I've been working with you guys as the Executive Director of Special Education and working with the Special Populations group, the CLDE and Gifted as well, the last 2 years. Before that, I was working in different special education leadership for the past 15 years in the Pikes Peak region. So really excited to broaden the role and be working in a much bigger capacity.
Okay. All right, I think we have a couple of pre-planted questions here from the board. I think, Dr. Carey, I think you're up first.
What professional development opportunities will you prioritize to empower teachers and enhance their instructional expertise?
I think that it begins with thinking about professional development as more than a professional development day. It's about creating intersectionality in all of our different systems and ensuring that once you go to professional development, we closely tie that to coaching and support that you get in your buildings. And so I think as we build our professional development for next year, what really sticks out to me is opportunities for it to be immediately actionable in the classroom across our entire K-12 system, and then provide the coaching and development support on site that allows us to implement the new learning on a day-to-day basis.
Second question for Ms. Rasmussen.
By the way.
Thank you.
Okay, how do you envision adapting and enhancing our curriculum to ensure it's rigorous, relevant, and that it prepares students for success?
So I think first it's really getting clear on what we want our students to know, and then how do we leverage the resources we've purchased to really ensure that students are having a rigorous on-grade level experience that's relevant and really prepares them for a variety of options after they graduate and leave us and do great things.
Excellent, thank you.
And our final already leaked question for dear Jason, I think you're up.
Yep. Hey, thank you. Welcome to our teams. New person and 2 people in new positions. Thank you. What specific work will you prioritize to address the needs of our students and to ensure overall success and future readiness?
I think the first piece is making sure that all students have access to high quality instruction, and that we're ensuring that we are using data-based instruction to determine the students that are most at risk and intervening quickly to make sure that we're closing those gaps for students. And then the second piece is really ensuring that we are embedding student agency across every classroom and content to ensure that students have a pathway to success post-secondary.
Good, thank you.
And then I open it up to the board for any other questions or conversation points they'd like to be able to ask our new trio of excellence.
Yeah. Board, any unscripted questions? Director Jurgensen.
I think my question is, so I know you won't be able to respond because you're new, but maybe you've been watching things, but being in the system, having the responsibility now to be a decision maker, what are maybe 1 or 2, maybe just one of your first exciting things you're looking to, like, this is one thing I just want to improve? What comes to mind when I say that?
I was going to say we can both go, but
We can both go. I think for me, it's really just about making sure that the resources that we have centrally are as close to students as possible, right? We are fortunate to have really incredible people who serve across our spectrum, but I think for me, it's really about how do we get that work tightly tied to what's happening in their student experience.
Okay, cool.
And I think the other piece is ensuring that we are working collaboratively across content areas and systems so that we're not siloing our work and that we're constantly teaming to solve the problems that are at the center, and that's the student.
Okay, thank you.
Director Carey.
This is a question for Dr. Fry. What's your favorite book on instructional practice?
Currently, The Power of Teams.
Director Backus.
So, Ms. Shearer, how are you aligning so the professional development with the practices that we and the coaches that we already have in schools? We already have programs in place that were to fill these needs. How is this going to be different?
One of the things that we're working on through the design lab process and design thinking is that exact question. How do we make sure that we're aligning and we're ensuring that our coaches that are right now siloed into different departments are all working together to get to the classroom quicker?
And will that collaboration take place during their PLCs or after school, or when is that planning going to take place?
Yes, it's currently happening, I think most importantly right now centrally, to ensure that our team can really model this idea of team of teams. So I think that idea of, if the challenge is related to coaching, how do all three different areas lean in on that, rather than having that, as it does now, live only in kind of the coaching world, right? So really thinking about the lens into content and practice, and the lens into how do students experience that instruction, and that will then allow us at the school level to be much more nimble with, when does the school need it to be happening? Is this happening in PLCs? Is it after school? Is it both?
Yeah, and why don't you expand a little bit on what we did this year with Adams, Galileo, and Mitchell from a central staff perspective?
So right now in our schools that are priority improvement or turnaround, we've really been focused on regular touch points in those schools, right? So we are constantly pushing our central office staff into those schools in coaching and development and support roles. I think what our vision is as we move this work forward is that every school, every child, every classroom is able to have that sort of wraparound environment of support from the district, knowing that the needs in each of our schools may look different, but ensuring that none of those needs get left off the list.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Nelson.
I do have a question, but I just want to make a comment first that I was at a conference recently where former State Board of Education member Deborah Scheffel was a speaker, and she shared about the focus for education being on what to teach, why to teach, and how to teach. And that's what I see is laid out before us. So excellent. I'm really excited about this shift and the part that each of you are going to play that's so important. And just thinking about like the why we teach, you know, for children to be able, as future adults, be able to make great decisions for human flourishing, and what are the things that they need, what are the skills and knowledge that they need to gain to do so, and then the how to teach of, as educators, what is our part to play in preparing them. And so my question is for Ms. Rasmussen, is that right? I know you're brand new, so I will just pose this, not maybe even for you to answer tonight if you want to take some time to think about it, but I noticed that in our curriculum that we're reviewing today, there are some specific schools that are requesting books, and it's funny that you mentioned about that what to teach part, because as I was driving here for the meeting, I was thinking about that as a system, what makes sense to have a school, for example, there's some finance literature for one of our middle schools, and that a specific teacher, I think, is recommending. And so for us as a system to think through, does it make sense for a school to have that autonomy and have that flexibility to decide something? But if it's so good, then we want to spread it to the rest of the system. And so just I don't know the answer. Like, where's that line for schools to be able to figure out what experience they want to offer their students, but also what is it as a system we prioritize, and how do we make sure that students are all receiving equal access to information? And so hope that you have a chance to review the curriculum that we are perusing at this time. And I don't know if it's too late for you to help influence and guide on, like, yep, that's solid, or here's a weak area we know we're going to need to supplement in this, whatever. So just welcome, and look forward to having your input.
Thank you. I will say, I do think it's interesting when schools deviate too much. I do think there's an area to be tight and loose, particularly when you have students who move around a lot. Because if we all do what we want, we really are creating those gaps in their education. And so anytime there's a high mobile population, I do think there's certain pieces that need to be set, and then there's certain parts that you can elaborate on.
Yeah, and I think as a board member, I am constantly thinking about what is our role, and according to the Colorado Constitution, we approve all curriculum, but how much do we weigh in and help guide the what? And so I think that's another question I just posed to the team of, where do we come in, and where do we rely on the expertise of the people who've been doing this forever, and just hoping that we can like have a solid team, that there is this dialogue happening. And so it's exciting work.
Okay, well, we're super excited to introduce them. Starting active July 1st, we have about 4 or 5 different design thinking sessions set for for this team to figure out how to organize the rest of the academics team to make sure that people know where they work and how they fit into that why, how, and what it is that we're doing together. We had a great vision setting session today, and that will continue over the next couple of weeks in order for everybody to understand where we're headed for next year. But super excited. Welcome.
Yeah, congratulations. Congratulations to all three of you. We will look forward to your updates at board meetings. And Ms. Rasmussen, welcome to the good side.
Thank you.
Superintendent Gall, back to you with your report.
Yeah, it's still the all Superintendent Gall show. This is my favorite part. We're almost done. If I could get Mr. Worrell first to come up and just explain a little bit, this is ad-libbing for him as well, what is the Partners in Art program? You saw some awards come out today to kids, but I don't think everybody understands the partnership aspects. So if you could explain to the board, because I'm going to have a couple of those students that were partners come up here as well, but I'd love for the board to understand the partnership.
That's great.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Superintendent Gall. Thank you, members of the board. I'm really excited to be able to talk to you a bit about our Partners in Art program. I thought it might be nice to get Sophia, Sunny, and Fernanda. Could you guys just stand up real quick so that everybody can see you? These are the three helpers. Yeah, let's give them a clap. So these are the three helpers who assisted the students who won awards for the Reflections program. So Partners in Art is a really great new program. This is our first year doing it. It's actually my second year at Russell Middle School, and at the end of last year, I presented this idea to Mr. Dubois and Ms. Jacobo, our PTA president, and they were really supportive, really became kind of a collaboration to get this program off on its feet and started at Russell. So the basic concept is kind of twofold. The first one is to get our SSN students the opportunity to get an art curriculum that is very specific to their needs and talents. But I think more importantly, my real foundational objective for Partners was to increase the visibility of our SSN students, not just in art, but in our building and beyond the building walls. So to do that, what we do is we get 7th and 8th grade students to volunteer an elective class to come in, and they act as helpers and partners to students who may have some gaps in their abilities, whether that be something like just remembering instructions or perhaps needing hand over hand for drawing or painting. These kids all volunteer to just come in and be that support. I think the really cool thing that is a byproduct of that is that it builds really awesome friendships and connections. It gets these kids visible in a way that they wouldn't normally be. And I think it just really offers all students an opportunity to participate in a way that they wouldn't under normal circumstances. So we get them in the classroom, they're building friendships, and then outside of the classroom we see them, they're giving high fives, they're giving fist bumps, seeing each other in the lunchroom, and it just allows these students to be viewed as peers rather than as a separate group, and I think that that's a really cool thing that's a part of it. And then we're doing artwork that's visible in the school. We've done a mural that's painted onto the ceiling in one of our classrooms. We have sort of a collaborative collage that's up in one of the hallways, and then we have the abstract self-portraits that got us a lot of notoriety statewide and nationally. So It's been a really great program, and I appreciate you guys letting me talk about it. Thank you.
If I could get Sunny and Fernanda to come on up here to do their teacher shout-outs on our Partners in Art program. Thank you, Mr. Worrell.
Okay, so I'm shouting out my counselor at Russell Middle School, Mr. Garland, because he has helped me through a lot. Like when my something happened with my grandpa, he was there to support me, and it I appreciated it a lot, and I wanted to say thank you for that.
Great. Good job.
I wanted to give my teacher shout out to my art teacher, Mr. Whirl, because he just made me get back into art and made me enjoy it again. And I really appreciated that. And he's just very helpful in many different ways. And I'm also very grateful for being able to be in the Partners in Art class and having the opportunity to learn more and just to have fun projects to do with them.
Awesome. Great job. Principal Dubois, are you still in here? Like, just come up and take a lap here. This is Russell in excellence, and so I just really appreciate the work that you've done to bring a program like this together and for us to be able to celebrate students, staff, at all aspects. So just thank you, David.
Thank you very much, and we're just getting started. Next year, we're looking to, for some of our elective classes, a partners in science, maybe a partners in social studies, and so we start bringing kids in there to integrate a little differently in the classroom.
Awesome. Thanks. One of the best parts about being a superintendent is when you just kind of stumble into the excellence that's happening all around you. And right before spring break, I was invited to our Hospitality and Tourism Draft Day, which is a series of events that we hold through kind of our work-based learning group that helps our students get access to interviews and to potentially get jobs. And I got the great opportunity that day to meet Miss Renee. And so I'm going to ask Renee to come forward and just talk a little bit about her foundation, the Jumpstart Foundation, and how that has kind of landed here as a great opportunity for District 11 kids. Renee, floor is yours.
Inviting me to attend. Truly grateful to be able to share our story and how we have developed these amazing events called Draft Days. So just a little background about our nonprofit called Jumpstart. In August of 2021, our son Riley was actually involved in a fatal motorcycle accident. Sorry. Even though our hearts were broken, we were fortunate to be able to direct that emotion into founding a nonprofit that was reflective of him. And what I mean by that is our son Riley was super smart and very driven and innovative, but the traditional classroom was not a place where he felt accepted or found purpose or success. And unfortunately, as parents of a smart kiddo or someone that typically excels academically, you push college. And that is exactly what we did as parents, and Riley pushed back. And sadly, that led to some very dangerous habits and outlets for him. Thankfully, almost miraculously, really, we witnessed a remarkable transformation in him when we stopped pushing college, or at least our college agenda, and we worked on our relationship with him. And the summer before his senior year, he was able to find a job at Tire World, and I would like to say he loved it. He liked it a lot, but he still had a boss, and he had an entrepreneurial mind. And so the fact that he had to answer to a boss every day kind of blockaded the love piece of that job. But it did provide him some purpose, and it was very meaningful to him. And that hands-on learning piece truly just changed his life. So we took our personal experience with our son Riley and wanted to create something very intentional that engaged students with industry or business partners. And after I spent, maybe a year and a half working with individual students and with about 5 or 6 of our business partners, I realized that we had an opportunity to broaden our impact. And that's when I actually, after a series of events, I had a conversation with one of our board members. His name was Patrick Barrett. He happened to be the CEO of Catalyst Campus at the time, and I took a trip to Canyon City, and I don't know if anyone's familiar with that, but they have an amazing career day where they place over 200 students just in that day in internships, so I was able to witness that in person. And then I also had a meeting with Kelsey Grimaldo at D49, and we sat down and talked a little bit about how we could take this on a broader level, like this whole engagement with students and business partners. And we came up with the idea of draft day. And we piloted our first draft day in December of 2023. And at that draft day, we had about 5 business partners with about 30 students involved, and we placed 12 of those students in various positions. And so we felt like that was really a win. And what a draft day looks like, I don't think it's on here, but we have core rotations for our draft day. So we have a pregame rotation, and this is really interview prep and professionalism 101. And this helps give a little bit of confidence to the students, because realistically, for some of them, this is their first interview. Because lately, if you've had a kiddo try to find a job, it's scan a QR code and fill out an application online. And so for a lot of these students, this is their first face-to-face interview, so we try to give them a little bit of prep. And we also go over some soft skills, some professionalism 101. And that just helps build their confidence just a little bit, so they're not quite so nervous when they go out with that first interview with potential employers. And then, of course, before they can actually go to their first interview, they have to go through that rotation. And then we have our interview rotation. And then we wrap up the day with what we call post-game. And if you're wondering where all of these weird sports analogies come from, I used to play college basketball, so I use a lot of sports analogies, and that's ultimately where draft day came from as well. So just bear with me. But that's kind of the why behind the names. But we wrap up our draft day with our post game, and that's an opportunity for the students to reflect about the day and to share their feedback. So we hear about their likes, their dislikes, and then they just share their overall experience with us. But the most important piece of our post game is their picks. So at post-game, they share with us their top 3 picks of the businesses they would like to work for. And we also gather that same information from our business partners. So each business partner shares with us their top 3 picks, and then we create a draft. And we do our best to connect students and industry with their top picks. So for example, with the hospitality culinary draft day, we had 46 students attend, 15 amazing business partners. Like, this was probably one of my favorite draft days. It was so fun. And out of those 46 students, we're on track to place probably 15, which statistically speaking, based on all of our past experience, that's a great number. And it's in a variety of positions. And if the Broadmoor were true to their word, they come in saying they are going to hire 40 students, but they'll probably hire maybe 4 or 5. And so, but it's just a great event where students can do live interviews, and they get this opportunity for this face-to-face interaction that they typically don't get when they're interviewing for a job. But what's so great about this particular draft day is how it was specialized to a specific industry, and that just makes the day run that much more smoothly. We can get more kids, more interviews, and the industry partners get to see a bigger variety of students as well. So yeah, that's kind of what we did. And
great. Any questions for Renee from the board? Awesome. Okay.
Director Bankus.
So you do the draft piece, and then the employers already know their high school students at the present time, so they work their schedules around school.
And so that's the beauty of this, is all of the business partners know up front that they're interviewing high school juniors, and typically juniors and seniors.
Mm-hmm.
And the timing of this one was specific for some seasonal help. So a lot of these students may just work seasonally, but most can transition into a part-time position after the summer. They just have to prove themselves, and the industry, all of our industry partners, hire them for the summer with the idea that if it works out, we'd like to keep them. So they're willing to work with their schedules, absolutely. But I mean, in general, most seniors have a flexible-ish schedule, and they just try their best. And that's where we get involved too. We also are a registered apprenticeship program. We have another branch of what we do. It's called Kickstart, and so we're a RAP. And so especially if it's in a pre-apprentice or apprenticeship, we stay involved from the very beginning until the end of the apprenticeship. So we just become a support piece of that whole process.
And you've answered my next couple of questions.
Yeah.
So the only one I think I have left is the commitment that the kids make and the employer makes. And I go back to 2 students who came to the board, and one had said she thought she wanted to be a welder. And she tried that and decided, no, I don't want to do that. I want to be a diesel mechanic. I don't remember how long she stayed with one program. So with the kids that you're mentoring and all, And let's choose the culinary just because it was as popular and it's fun and it's food. They get into it and say, I don't know, after 3 weeks or whatever, this is not what I thought it was going to be. How do you mediate that or negotiate that so it's a meaningful experience? Not, I tried it and my attention span is short and now I'm going to go try something else.
So they don't feel like a failure, right?
You're right.
Yeah. So that actually, it doesn't happen often, but with each draft day, we always have 2 or 3 students where that does happen. Whether it's not a good fit or their transportation situation changes and they just can't keep going to work because they don't have a ride, or their mom decided I can't wait 3 hours outside the office for them to work, right? And so that's really where we step in. We do 2 things. First, we talk to our employer and we kind of explain what's going on. Like maybe it's not a good fit, transportation isn't working out, whatever it might be, or their school schedule changed and now they're no longer available on Friday afternoons. So we make that initial contact and then we try to coach the student to have a conversation. But the beauty of that is they know that we mentioned some of the issues so that it gives them a little bit of confidence or a little bit of security, knowing that the employer knows that they're not just not showing up and it's not because they don't want to work, it's just things don't work out sometimes. So we just kind of help mentor them through that, and we're support on both ends. We support our industry partner and we support the student. And we just kind of walk them through it with baby steps. And we never ever define it in a way that it's failure. We just say you just learned what doesn't work for you. Now we got to move on to the next thing.
What a fortunate opportunity for kids. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, thank you, Renee. And what I really appreciate is you kind of fitting in this undefined space. I don't think there's a school district in America who doesn't want to do this. We just don't have access to people like you and foundations like Jumpstart to help us. So Renee is bringing forward these employers in spaces that we can then bring the students. So it becomes a bit of a, draft day or a speed dating.
Yeah.
And I think my favorite takeaway was hearing one student say to the other, like, I had 4 interviews today.
I heard that same
that's
conversation.
amazing.
I actually think he said he had 5.
Okay.
And we were
I left early.
starting our next rotation, and they're like, so who here has had 4? I've had 5, miss. And I'm like, oh, yeah, you're probably going to have to wait. So it was really cute. Yeah, that was
great.
fun.
Thank you.
Hang
More
on,
to come.
hang on.
Oh, go ahead.
There are a couple other
Oh, so sorry.
board directors that I.
You're
First,
still up, Renee.
Director Jorgensen.
Yeah, I love what you're doing, and I think that's a great idea. How would people that also love what you're doing that might be able to assist you in helping students with those soft skills and preparing them? How do volunteers get a hold of you to work with you?
So they can go to our website and fill out, we have like just a little information form, but I'm always happy to take a phone call or a direct email. I'm Melissa Smith with the district, and I speak often. As a matter of fact, we spoke today. And I love having volunteers because that helps us kind of spread the students whenever we have a larger draft day. So for example, we had a draft day of 80 students. If we can have multiple rotations for that pregame, that just helps everything flow better. So I love that. We have volunteers that help us with a finance. So for our automotive draft day, we'll have a rotation for Finance 101, because a lot of these techs, when they go and get their first real job, want to spend $5,000 on a toolkit. And we have people from industry saying, no, you don't have to do that. You can use tools from Harbor Freight. You can use blah, blah, blah. So having that meaningful, practical rotation for them is really helpful. So I'm always open for volunteers that have something they can offer for the students, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Director Nelson.
How do our students find out about this? Is this like our Future Ready centers or
Yes, and more growing opportunities. So it
Okay.
was the same question I asked our students. And it wasn't consistent. They weren't all Odyssey kids who were in pathways. There were a smattering of different ways that kids had learned about it. That's why I brought Renee here now, because now we have it on tape that says, if you want to be drafted into a pre-apprenticeship or an employment opportunity and you're interested in automotive, we'll see you on April 22nd. But we'll have these rolling out, and we'll do just as many, if not more, next year. The hospitality and tourism event was very impressive. It was huge organizations like the Broadmoor, tiny organizations like Crumble Cookie, who happens to be a former D11 principal that runs a cookie shop downtown. And their experience is the way, and more than half of this is about making our kids comfortable enough to understand what comes next. It's so much different, and the event was hosted at the Marriott, the Luminate,
Spring Hill Suites,
Spring
yeah.
Hill Suites, at that top floor that they have there with a beautiful view. But having kids having to come in and be dressed professional and ready to sit down and go through this 3-step process is infinitely better than sitting alone in a classroom in a high school where somebody says these are the skills you need to be able to bring. So more communication is required on our part.
Good, and I recently visited Tesla High School. It's one of my schools this year, so that just came to mind, that making sure not just our traditional high schools, but our alternative schools also are informed of these opportunities.
Absolutely.
And I'm also happy to make a visit. As a matter of fact, I was at Doherty today with Dawson's class speaking about the auto draft day.
Awesome.
So I'm always happy to come in and speak and present as well. So
Well, thank you for what you're doing and how you've channeled and directed your hardship that you went through, and just are really helping a lot of people. So it's amazing.
Thank you. That's our goal.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Renee.
Thank you.
I see a lot of people leaving, but as they're leaving, I'm going to ask other people to come in. You can all leave. Thank you for being here, and thank you for celebrating your students. We're at that time of the year where we're announcing our new principals. Most of these have been on social media, but I'm just so excited and so impressed at the way our talent management team and our area superintendents and all of our SACs for the schools that have new principals coming in have engaged in this process. We are weeks, if not months, prior to where we were a couple of years ago, and I just want you to be as impressed by these individuals. I'm going to ask them to come up, just say a quick hi, how are you, where you're coming from, and then we're going to move them through pretty quickly. So our first up is Lindsay Keller, who will be our principal for Achieve and Online.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. I am a proud District 11 graduate, a resident of the school district, and I'm just happy to come home. I'm excited to offer flexible and innovative learning opportunities that I think online and blended environments can give students. The types of opportunities that we just heard about, our environment and online and blended are a perfect place to take advantage of those types of opportunities. And I just see so many great things ahead for Achieve Online students. So I'm currently the principal of Village High School and Academy School District 20, and looking forward to the work.
Outstanding. Welcome, Lindsay.
Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Megan Bailey, our new principal at Fremont Elementary School.
Hi, everyone. I'm very excited to be joining everyone here in D11. I am currently in District 8. I've been there for the past 6 years. I'm currently the assistant principal at Mesa Elementary down there. But I'm very excited to be coming over to District 11 as principal at Fremont. My background's in special education. I've been running the special education department there. So very excited to be able to bring all of that background with me, and very excited for being able to bring inclusive opportunities and being able to be at a neighborhood school in the community, and just so excited to hear all the amazing things that D11 is doing for the community here. So
Awesome. Welcome,
yes,
Megan.
thank you.
Excited to have you. Lindsay, come on forward. Lindsay, our new principal at Grant, coming from Wilson.
Yeah, good evening. Really excited, really grateful for this opportunity. You'll hear from Ryan in a minute, but I'm honored to follow him and step in to a really strong community and really strong systems, and then take Grant to the next level. So, thank you.
Awesome. Good to have you, Lindsay. Amadei, our assistant principal at Russell, taking over at Russell.
I also did not know I had to speak tonight.
I'm really excited to be the new principal at Russell Middle School. I'm looking forward to continuing the great things David Dubois has started, but also really making Russell become the premier visual and performing arts middle school in District 11. I'm really excited about the work, and I'm really honored. I feel like I grew up at Russell, I grew up at Russell in terms of being an educator. I student taught there. I taught there. I was the assistant principal there, and now I'm the principal. So I know the building well, I love it, and I'm gonna give it my all.
It's gonna be great. Welcome, Alma. And Ryan Miller taking over at Steele.
So I was prepared to talk, so buckle down. I've been in the district since 2006, where I've served as a teacher, a teaching learning coach, an assistant principal, or principal, and I love this district. I'm proud of this district and the direction it's going, and I couldn't be more ecstatic about joining the Steele community. I've had the fortunate pleasure of going to a SAC meeting already, going to their culture day, meeting the staff, and it's been nothing but warm and welcoming, so I'm excited about the new adventure. So thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome, Ryan. And standing in for Cynthia Emery at Midland is Darren Smith. Darren, come tell us a little bit about Cynthia.
Well, Cynthia is coming to us from Kansas, Lawrence, Kansas. She has over a decade worth of experience. She was a teacher, a coach. She currently serves as a principal. If she were here, she would tell you three things. She's super excited to be in Colorado Springs, number one. Number two, she sought out District 11. She wants to be on team Colorado Springs School District 11. And then the third thing is she is very thrilled to be at Midland and that school and what it can do and what she's willing to do and ready to do. She is ready to start today.
Awesome. Yeah. If Cynthia arrives before the end of the school year, we'll actually have her come through, but her husband's retiring from the military, and as in all vets who have been to Colorado Springs, we spend all of our career trying to get back here. So we're welcoming the Emery family back to Colorado Springs. Our student spotlight today, I'm going to ask you to come forward, Grace, and just to say a couple of words. We learned yesterday that Grace was our Daniels Fund scholarship recipient at Doherty High School. And so I'm not sure Grace fully understands how impressive it is to be a Daniels Scholar, particularly in Colorado Springs. And so could you just share just a couple of things on what the experience maybe at Doherty has meant to you and what you're interested in doing next?
Okay.
You can do that.
Hi, thank you for having me and for inviting me. And I forgot half of your question, so I'm going to do my best to remember.
You'll be great.
I want to go into the medical field, and I want to help out little kids because I just love children. And I do not understand how I got this scholarship, but I'm beyond grateful, and, I might just cry. Anyways, but a special thanks to like all the teachers at Doherty. They've definitely helped me and supported me through everything. And Miss Hyten, thank you. Lovely principal. So I think that's it.
What will you miss most about being a Spartan?
The community. I really enjoyed seeing people in the hallways that I don't even know, and they would just come up to me and be welcoming. So, yeah.
That's awesome. Thank you. I have a little certificate for you. Hold on.
This is my wife's department. I'm not good at it. I really do apologize.
Awesome. Thank you. Congratulations. That's our cameo appearance by Mayor Yemi, too. We really appreciate him being there for the scholarship handout. It's great to have him on screen with us here. Okay, our Jenkins update. Stemming off of before spring break, you can see we are on track for all the things we've committed to to be able to report and learn in January, February, and March. We've received the final report. We are going to be coming to the Board of Education on April 9th, next week in a special work session to begin remediation. So we're going to ask for a couple $1 million to start to rectify the challenges at the media center wall and the gymnasium wall. That will allow us to start the procedures and the protocols to get partial occupancy by August 12th for the first day of school. We're going to host a town hall on April 10th at Doherty in the cafeteria, not in the auditorium, because we're having a play rehearsal there. So we're going to kind of stack folks in there. It'll be set up really nice. We'll do the best that we can on sound to be able to communicate to any incoming 6th grade family or interested incoming 6th grade family, current 6th grade or 7th grade families at Jenkins, so they understand what's going to happen. There are a lot of things that we need to discuss about partial occupancy. Again, we've already communicated the plan is at least all incoming 6th graders will be in the 6th grade wing at Jenkins. We believe that if we can get a hold of a couple of mobile units, that we'll be able to have 6th and 7th grade at Jenkins in partial occupancy for all of next school year, as we then remediate the solution for the deteriorating academic space, for then to be a full 3-year middle school in the start of the 26-27 school year. So that likely means that current 7th graders at Doherty will do their 8th grade year at Doherty as well. But the kids dislocated at Russell right now, we're trying to pull them back in to Jenkins, and all new 6th graders coming into Jenkins will have that traditional Jenkins experience. So going from everybody dislocated this year to hopefully 2 full grades back in to start next year, and then all 3 grades back in the year after that. So more details on April 10th at the town hall, pending those budget requests that we'll be making to the board on April 9th. So we're excited for that with continued dialogue, and we appreciate our students, our families, and our staff. It has been a wonderful exercise in community and how we can come together to solve challenges. I know there's a lot of strong opinions on that some of these challenges should have been solved years in the past. We are where we are today, and we're doing our best to be ready for tomorrow. I'd really like to thank my staff that has worked tirelessly. We have a transportation center that unless you drop your kid off there in the morning or the afternoon, you don't realize that we're doing it. But we're pushed 400 kids through a tent every morning and every afternoon, and we keep it warm, and we give them food, and we keep them safe, and it's running like clockwork. So I appreciate everyone. I look forward to our updates with you on the 10th. And then can you play this for me when I say play, or do I play it? How do I hit the link at the bottom? See, okay. Don't hit it yet, or you can, or don't sign. Big shout out to Dr. Wise and her engagement team. This is what it means to ask students about what they think about their school district. I am always impressed every time I give a microphone to a student. We don't tell them what to say. We want to hear what they have to say. We learn from them every time. And this is just a 2-minute video. We did an experiment at Coronado. And I think when you hear how strongly kids feel about their experiences, you'll understand why we're going to do this at all the high schools and allow it to not only be a celebration of the school, but a way for a school to market itself on why do you want to be in District 11. Go ahead and hit play now. Thanks, Melissa. Sound. Anybody smart on the sound up there? We can ask you to read them all. Nope. Okay, we'll post this. Wait. Let's check the podium computer for a second.
It's funny, one of those kids I had in class, on the video part, one of those kids I had in class.
All right, we found it. Thank you.
My greatest achievement this year.
Chemistry to be able to. Thanks, team.
number one greatest achievement this year was probably getting my permit. I am very proud of myself of that and very excited.
My greatest achievement is probably being able to get on varsity this year for baseball, varsity baseball.
My number one greatest achievement this year was getting into my dream school, the University of Oregon, and I'm going there this fall, so yes.
I'd say my greatest achievement was running nationals at track.
My greatest achievement this year was like all the friends I made and just finding like the right people and getting rid of the negativity.
My greatest achievement this year is probably making it into All-State.
Okay, you go first. Okay, my greatest achievement this year is making a volleyball team and being an all-around setter.
My greatest achievement this year is making my top dance team.
I got part of the internship and I'm working with the D11 as interpreter, so I'm really excited about that.
My greatest achievement this year is being captain for varsity soccer.
Okay, so my number one achievement this year was getting into the school France trip, which only accepted like less than 20 people out of like multiple different schools. So
I got accepted into college and I'm actually moving up next year, so I'm really hyped about that.
My greatest achievement this year is probably starting a new job as a surgical assistant and getting to work at UC Health, and it's a lot of fun. I also have another accomplishment. I won Colorado's Next Top Model, so that was a lot of fun.
I don't know. I'm going to have to say getting all my credits, graduating this year, and my music, because it's going really well, so yeah, that's probably my greatest achievement I have this year.
Thank you to Dr. Wise, the engagement team, and the kids at Coronado. That concludes my superintendent's report.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. I don't see any board feedback at this time. To the principals that are here, welcome to District 11. Some of you are new faces. Some of you are familiar faces in new spaces. So all of you are welcome to D11. The board priorities are up on the wall up there. We want to improve student outcomes and promote a culture of excellence that drives student success. That's our priority. So we look forward to visiting your schools and getting to know you better. Director Art.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the Jenkins question. The 6th and 7th graders are likely to be at Jenkins. That is excellent. 8th graders, you expect them to be at
likely
Doherty?
stay at Doherty.
Likely stay there.
So
Okay.
they're currently at Doherty as 7th graders. So the congestion in that wing will now be spread out a little bit because we won't have 2 grades in that part of Doherty. There'll just be 1 grade.
I'm sure that is going to be most welcome for Doherty and Jenkins staff and students and family. And then school choice window, you and I had talked about that, and we had a query on it today by email, so that school choice open for Jenkins families if they just can't handle one of those choices. School choice options will be open to them. It sounded like.
Absolutely. We are not full at any of our middle schools. And we will honor any choice into Jenkins, particularly if it's a family that isn't sure and they want to see what does partial occupancy look like, where are the mobile units, if there are a few. Please give us the chance to make Jenkins right. You're welcome at any time. And if Jenkins isn't right for you, I've got 8 other middle schools that I'd love to sell you as a great opportunity. Give District 11 a chance. If you've chosen us before, don't go back to a different district. We're a district on a move. You can see how we are prioritizing students. Do we have facilities challenges? Yes. All of America has facilities challenges. We're addressing them. We've got the money to fix Jenkins. We've got the money program for Palmer. Both those briefs will come next week. And I think it's time, again, we've talked publicly about it, it's time for us to ask our community, how do we want to invest in this school district in the future? And no longer think of it as a tax, think of it as an investment.
Thank you, and I appreciate yes, I appreciate the opportunity for families on the 10th as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent Gall, for your report, and we look forward to the conversation on Jenkins. And I know that there is a lot of discussion sometimes in the community about Jenkins Middle School. I truly appreciate how quickly your staff has reacted to an unexpected situation that the district was thrust into after the winter holidays, and the clockwork that you are talking about in transporting students and providing them a high quality education. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, it's public comments. We have public comments. Thank you. So going over the board protocol for public comments, just as a reminder, the board welcomes and is very interested in listening to community feedback as it helps us better do our job. Please approach the podium when your name is called. You have 3 minutes to deliver your remarks. Please monitor the clock that is on display and complete your comments in the allotted time. Board meetings are primarily business meetings for the orderly and efficient conduct of the business of the district. Keeping that in mind, the clear expectations is that your feedback is provided in a civil, professional, and courteous manner without resorting to disparaging or defamatory remarks. Students are often in attendance or watching our broadcast. Speakers' remarks, therefore, should be suitable for an audience that includes minor students, including no use of profanities or obscenities. To adhere to the board policy and accomplish the work already on the agenda, the board will not respond to comments during this time, but I can assure you that your comments will be taken into consideration as we discuss pertinent agenda items. To maintain the flow of the meeting and not have prolonged interruptions, please refrain from clapping. If you want to show support to a speaker, please stand as the speaker is talking or use a silent applause. Lastly, the statements made by the public do not reflect the views of the board or the district. With that, the first comment is from a student at Doherty High School, Samuel Coatwright.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Sam Courtwright. I'm a student at Doherty High School. I would be remiss if I did not share my point of view with all of you. After the adoption of policy ACA, I decided that I do in fact need to share my voice. I've shared my views with the board on numerous occasions. At this time, I've sent 4 emails to the board and the superintendent. I received emails back from Dr. Melpackham, Dr. Bankies, and especially Director Juliot. I've not once received a response from the secretary of the board or the other members. And to those members who have responded, I thank you. Out of all of the members, Director Ott is the most open to talk, listen, and be respectful to all parties. I want to believe that deep down in your hearts, you are all trying to do the right thing. However, what you are currently doing is not the way. There are better ways to make a safe and inclusive district. Why is it okay for me to go by Sam instead of Samuel, but not okay for my friends and my peers to change their name to respect their gender identity? Why is it okay for members of this very board to change their titles? Time and time again, this board has shown disrespect to all stakeholders of the district, including the students, the staff, and the community members. I was born and raised in District 11, and I've never seen such disrespect. The District 11 mission statement includes, quote, "We envision an inclusive environment where students thrive," end quote. This policy does not produce an inclusive environment. It in fact hinders it. It is the district's job to protect the students, not to put them in dangerous situations. This policy goes against everything the district should stand for, protecting our kids so they can learn in a safe and inclusive environment and become productive members of our society. If I've learned one thing from my time in public schools, these public schools, the District 11 public schools, is that you must stand for what you believe in and you must stand for what is right, even if you are alone. Well, here I am, I'm standing for what's right, and I'm not alone. I will not stop fighting for what's right. My teachers will not stop fighting for what's right. And the students, your students, the students of District 11, the heart of Colorado Springs, will not stop fighting for what's right. Thank you for this opportunity. Have a good night.
Thank you. Ms. Sharon Simpson-Dagon.
Good evening, Superintendent Gall, Dr. Mel Packham, and members of the board. Thank you for the time to speak. As you know, I am a stakeholder in the district. You see that I am a Black woman. What you don't see is the European, the Asian, the First Peoples parts of me. I am diverse, and I have to stand up for equitable treatment of all, and I have to have a seat at the table to which I belong. We have heard from the dais multiple times that your votes represent your constituents. How can you say that honestly? Because I've never seen on a ballot a place for voters to state their reasons for voting for one person or another. And I ask a lot of questions, and I know that some voters do their due diligence and others vote for reasons unrelated to issues, including someone's longevity in the Springs, that someone is the friend of a friend, and many more reasons that have nothing to do with the issues. You don't know the difference. How are you querying the constituents in D11? You get emails, but we can't see them until well after you've voted. We learn that many are in opposition to the way that you ultimately vote. If you are meeting with a handful of like-minded, quote, ultra-conservatives, unquote, you aren't hearing, let alone listening, to the majority of constituents. Here's a true story. There's a certain struggling high school of innovation. A lot of money's been put into that school since Mr. Gall has been here, and that's a great thing after decades of being, decades of lack. It's cosmetic, though, increasing the real estate value of the school that now has great curb appeal. It's also curious that the new School of Innovation, for which apparently the public has been asking, was approved by you, but supposedly without any idea of where that school would be and without any specifics or many specifics. Surprisingly, a well-supported innovation plan to help the school better meet objectives was put forth by an existing school. Did you know that? It was rejected. Are you aware that the existing and new school's proposals mirror each other? How is the existing school supposed to attract and retain top talent teachers and students if its ideas are rejected? That school already has programs in place that will be replicated at the new school. Are you exercising good stewardship to throw money into a new school when the bones of it already exist in a D11 school? Why aren't you assisting that school to ultimate success? Have you listened to those constituents? If you conducted a listening session and not only heard, which is a passive sensory behavior, but really listened, which is active and intentional behavior to gain understanding, we would see ultimate respect of diversity, equity, and inclusion that foster hope and success. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Lacroix. Mr. Michael Lacroix. Okay, I don't see him, so moving on. That is actually the end of public comments. If you asked for an administrator to contact you, somebody would reach out to you and provide some clarity. Thank you for providing feedback to the board. Your feedback will be taken into consideration as the board discusses pertinent agenda items. Moving on to special reports on the agenda, it's board member reports. Board members, do you have, okay, I see several. Director Bankus first.
Me?
Yes, Director
Okay.
Bank.
I want to, excuse me, I want to give a shout out to two really fun events since the last time we sat at this dais. And one of those was to go to elementary schools and read across America. What a delightful thing to do. Kids are loving to hear books read to them, and they have a love of books, and I think that is a way in which to build our well-rounded students. The other one is the performance that I attended at Mitchell High School. It was outstanding, simply outstanding. I also have to share with you that was the first play I took my granddaughter to, and so it has a favorite place in my heart. And so the play this time was, oh, I just lost it. I just lost it. The scenery was outstanding. The costuming was outstanding, first rate. The kids, the actors and actresses in this performance, not only did their makeup and their costuming match the roles that they were playing, the Lord of the Flies is what it was about. But their dialogue, they were on stage for an hour and a half without a break. Usually you do an hour or 45 minutes, take a 15-minute break and come back and do the last half. They were up there for 2/3 of the performance. I, as an audience paying attention, did not notice one line slipped, did not notice one cue missed. It was just outstanding. And so I know we've talked many times about attending events at high schools, whether you have kids in them or not. They're just wonderful performances, and they really support our kids for an opportunity to express themselves in different ways. So thank you, Mitchell, thank you to Keller, and thank you to Midland for inviting me to their schools.
Director Hafley, thank you for that update. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. My board report focuses on specific teachers in specific schools. Over the last few days, I've visited a number of schools and spent time in a lot of classrooms. It's important to see what's happening in our classrooms, and I really didn't know what to expect other than what I'm used to, which is seeing some really excellent stuff. So let me tell you, none of these teachers were expecting me, to my knowledge. And they not only welcomed me into their rooms, but they did so without ever missing a beat with their students. It was like they had eyes in the back of their heads, and they knew where every student was, and they knew they had some random adult walk into their room. That was me. And they couldn't have been more hospitable. I was able to help teach a lesson on counting coins. How much is 3 dimes, 5 pennies, 1 quarter? Quick. Nobody? 60 cents. And the student agency that was being displayed in the elementary classes was pretty awesome. I also watched, as a high school teacher, taught to a diverse range of countries and languages represented in one science classroom. And let me tell you, teaching to an all ELL class, that is, it's no small feat, especially when you have specific curriculum to teach in a required class for graduation, while teaching English to a room full of kids from several different countries who speak at least 2 other languages, languages you don't speak. It was incredibly impressive. And you know, every single class I went into had something special about it that you could immediately feel. The vibe of each class was really impressive. I saw brand new teachers and veterans of more than 30 years in the classroom. And I'm not one for a dog and pony show, and I appreciated that teachers didn't have time to jump through any kind of preconceived hoops. They had a job to do, and they did it with integrity. I was beyond impressed by all of them. And I was also happy to have them invite me back at any time. In fact, the next time I go to some classes, apparently I'll be put to work. They want me to make art. You guys, I couldn't draw a stick figure to save my life, so I don't know exactly what they're expecting there, but it was fun to see that particular class. They're asking me to help them teach. I taught kids how to count coins, 60 cents. And also answer questions that the kids have, and I'm very much looking forward to that. So I want to thank all those people who welcomed me into their classrooms. I had such a ball being around fantastic teaching and the great kids of D11. In fact, upon hearing I had recently taken back up the musical instrument I had played in school, which was many, many years ago, one teacher encouraged me to jump right into the deep end with that. And she told me to come back and play with her students when they played with their, in their band classes. I don't know if I'm going to do that, but I appreciated the invitation. This girl was probably half my age, so it was pretty cool that she was so supportive of my musical journey, and not once did she say, "Really? you're so much older than you used to be, she wouldn't have been wrong. But I appreciate that support. And just who are they? I have a list of the people that I visited, so please buckle up, because here we go. Michael Canning, Lee Schlesselman, Tammy Moore, Ian Johnson, Kristen Lockhart, Andrea Swanson, Anissa Jones, Addie Cargis, Crystal Julian, Marina Crozier, she was the music teacher, Jennifer Heiss, Randy Nelson, Shannon Collings-Helfer, Stephanie Moore, Pam McCrate, Tamara Myers, Chelsea Lewis, Julie Evans, Alfredo Pargas, Derek Del Toro, Diana Fitzsimmons, Susie Lucero, Scott Edmond, Mel Johnson, Amber Lutman, and Kip Cox. And I want to thank the principals, Aaron Ford, Darian Latimer, Christina Butcher, Tom Copley, Ryan Miller, and Addie Arnell for welcoming me into their schools. North Middle School, you're next. I'm not going to tell you when I'm coming, but it's soon. Same for Achieve and Bijou. I'm going to see you guys next week, and then I have a few others that I'll pop in on as well next week. But I'm going to keep you on your toes. I'm not going to tell you who you are. I'm really looking forward to seeing rocket launches, band and choir concerts, and to your point about the plays, Columbia Elementary School and their Beauty and the Beast presentation at Palmer High School, fantastic. I mean, these kids did an entire hour-long show with no break, no intermission, no act 1, act 2, act 3. They just nailed it. And I was surprised that there were third graders in that. And it was just amazing. So I'm really looking forward to these plays, athletics, anything else I can work in before the end of May. You guys, D11 really has some incredible things going on all the time by staff who genuinely care about the education of students in their charge. So if you get out to a competition or a show or to a rocket launch and you see me there, please come over and say hello, because I want to meet you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hafley. You've been busy.
I have been busy. It's been good, though.
Director Hart.
Thank you. I appreciate you both. I know there were more of us even at those plays, because I saw President Malpacum at the Columbia play as well. And Lord of the Flies, Director Bankus, there was a lot of blood there. That was one of my takeaways. But if more plays, She Kills Monsters on Friday evening at 7 p.m. at Sabin, and Little Mermaid and at Doherty and Animal Farm are coming up. Animal Farms at Coronado mid-month, April 17th through 19th, and a lot of Unified Theater coming up in early May. So we'll all want to check that. I also wanted to mention that on Monday there was a community action poverty simulation. If you ever get a chance to go to one of these, and really anybody in the community, it's a fascinating experience. And one many of us live on a day-to-day basis. This is just a simulation. You're assigned a family or a role in a role play that you are supposed to take seriously and try to make it through a month on a week-to-week basis and pay all of your bills and get your kids to school. And I was a grandmother, and we failed to get our child to school in our family because we thought it cost money for transportation that we didn't think we had. And it was a whole experience. And it's a ton of fun, except when you realize that you aren't going to make the rent, perhaps, or if somebody doesn't make it to work, you don't have as much income, because it's set up to be that you're living very close to the edge financially. And that is without many of the other things that happen in lives with mental health crises or just very real crises. For other health conditions, although some of those are also built in. So I would just encourage you to go ahead and take part in that if you can. It was D11 and a couple of community partners, Tri-Lakes Cares and Crossfire Ministries, and run with from Jennifer Schulte with our student engagement group. And also, let's see, there was one of the things, it was 4 community liaisons. So I'm sure many of them learned a great deal. I certainly did. And I'll give a shout out to my my family, the Kaminsky Knowles family. So just working with folks from Doherty and Penrose, and again, the community. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Jurgensen.
Well, Director Ott, I'm glad you went before me, because it speaks to the need for financial literacy so that you can hopefully break generational cycles of poverty if that's been your plight, and no better place to do that than this country. And so we have on our consent agenda the financial literacy resolution. I just wanted to read a couple pieces of that. I won't bore you with the whole thing because I nerd out on it, but most people are like, whatever. But a recent survey from the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System, this is 2024. The survey is called Economic Well-Being of U.S. Households. Basically found that roughly 6 in 10 adults in the United States cannot cover an unexpected expense of just $400. So to your point. We have a whereas statement in here, expanding access to educating all students on the foundations of sound money management and personal literacy around the global finance system will provide individuals excuse me, with a greater sense of knowledge and comfort for managing finances and building wealth. And then the last piece here, we're just, with the resolution, is to raise public awareness about the importance of personal finance education in the United States. And I think just another piece to mention with that is later tonight in our agenda, we're talking about ensuring that an economics class is part of our graduation requirements. So that plus maybe a couple other tastes of personal finance you'll see in the graduate profile. So a lot to speaking around finances tonight, and that's about all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other board member reports at this time. The good thing about going last, I think all the other board members already shared some of my visits, including Columbia and Mitchell. So kudos to the kids. The other thing that I do want to take a minute to mention to our parents and our community is in the next couple of weeks, our students will be taking the state testing. I know that our teachers have prepared our students throughout the year. They are set to go, so there is no stress. But from the parent side, if you can make sure that you know when those testing dates are and make sure that your kids get a good night's sleep so they can be adequately prepared and fresh coming to the school to take the test, so they can put their best foot forward and ensure that they can demonstrate their learning by taking those tests. Tests are just reflection of that student learning at that one point in time. We don't want to stress out the students, but at the same time, it's a reflection of our school district. So we want to make sure that our school district is represented well and all our students are represented well as well. You have one more? Go ahead.
I apologize. Since our public comment of our young Samuel, I was searching through my emails, and I do want to publicly apologize. I do have an email here from Samuel. It was red flagged, but that's no excuse, that I would get back to it on the 16th of January. So Samuel, if you're still watching, I do apologize. I will reach out to you personally to take care of that. So thank you.
Thank you. And that's all for board member reports at this time. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, we have the legislative report, and we have Ms. Amy Atwood, our legislative lobbyist, joining us from Denver. She's busy, so she's joining us remotely. Ms. Atwood, could you provide the board, there you are. Could you provide the board an update as to what has transpired in our legislature over the last couple of weeks?
Sure. Good evening. Amy Atwood, Atwood Public Affairs Contract Lobbyist for the district. Well, we have 5 weeks to go in the 120-day session. We finish on May 7th, so we are definitely getting close. The budget was finally introduced this week. That is, the state budget was finally introduced this week, and that is at least this year for sure. It took a long time for it to get introduced. Usually it would have been introduced last week, at the beginning of last week. So this has pushed everything out by a week. It should finish its whole process of going through by April 15th, which will then leave us 3 weeks until the end of session. So that's a very short period of time for the passage of bills, once we know the budget and which bills are going to be funded. The good news is education did not receive a cut. There is an increase for an inflation and enrollment, and the new formula is going to be start to be implemented. And so, and with that, the School Finance Act was introduced this afternoon. I sent it off to all of you this afternoon, so you do have that. So now it will be moving through in tandem with the state budget. It's been a long time since that has happened where they've gone through at the same time. So the big news is the new formula, which D11 absolutely benefits from. It's the right thing to do. You supported it last year, is going to be implemented. It will take 7 years instead of 6 years. Right now, that's how it's planned out. So a 15% implementation for next year. We've talked a lot about declining enrollment and student averaging. District 11 has taken care of that problem already, but there will be a 4-year averaging of student count, which, like I said, it won't impact D11, but it does impact the majority of school districts across the state. Because we've heard for months and months and months that there is no money, the budget is totally, underfunded, we're $1 billion overspent. The Joint Budget Committee did pull a lot of money. They made cuts in some places, not in K-12. They were able to sweep cash funds from, different sorts of cash funds, whether it was transportation or some other place. And in the end, they were able to make up that $1 billion. So we know that it will take 3 years to get out of the hole we're in. Right now, though, the state budget director does not feel that the state is in a recession. The state still is getting more revenue in. It's not like the revenues coming into the state have decreased. There's still more coming in. It's just less than they expected. And the legislature over the last few years overspent to what the revenue is that's coming in. But like I said, the good news is K-12 education is not being cut. Let me just check my notes. Are there any questions on the budget?
Okay, thank you. Any questions on what Ms. Atwood presented? I don't see any.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so let's transition to bills. Because we have heard that the budget is so tight, we have had much fewer bills introduced this year. We've seen it in education, we've seen it in healthcare, across the board. Before the budget and all the bills that go with the budget, there were about 525 bills. If you add in the budget package, it's about 600. Last year, we had 750 bills that were introduced. So if you think we're not going to make up another 150 bills here in the next 5 weeks. So just the sheer volume of bills is lower, and that's because there isn't money to pay for bills, which I believe has helped us in education. The unfunded mandate, that message has made it to the legislature as well to please do not push the funding down onto the districts just because the state doesn't have the money. There have been some bills, but really it's been pretty good this year in education for unfunded mandates as well. There was one bill of particular note from last time that dealt with the property tax payment schedule. That was going to be a real problem because you would have to carry over a huge fund balance because it was changing how property taxes would have been paid going all the way into September. That bill did die. So we don't have to worry about carrying over a giant fund balance into next year just to cover for the property taxes that would be coming in late. So with that, are there questions on other bills?
Okay. Any other bills that Ms. Atwood shared? I think she shared a couple of bills, or any other bills, board members, for instance. Director Jorgensen.
There was a bill that passed out of the House today, the 1312. It was passed on a party line vote. I was reading through it, and I'm wondering the potential consequences that are going to be burdened on a school district. I mean, there's some pieces that are tied to charter schools, to districts, to that kind of stuff. And it mentions a very low fiscal note, if any, but and it looks like Section 7 of it was struck, which was that was the most fiscally piece of it. But I'm worried about legal issues with how they're defining things in this bill.
Okay, thank you for the question, and I thought you might ask that about this one. So this is House Bill 1312, Legal Protections for Transgender Individuals. The section that was removed dealt with having to have a space on all forms for a chosen name. That was taken out because that's what was causing or driving the fiscal note. I sent this to Mr. Gall and Dr. Comfort today so that they can take a look at it to see if the district's policies fall within the parameters of the bill, specifically on dress code and use of a student's preferred name versus legal name. So staff has the bill for review, and if they've already reviewed the bill, we can ask them what they think.
Yeah, cursory review is that we have no challenges on any of our dress code. None of our dress code is specific to
uniforms,
anything about students' gender identity. Without being a lawyer, my first read is that the specifics don't address, again, anything about parent consent. So the bill is introduced, I don't think, misaligns with the policy that the board passed that says yes, and parents need to be informed of these decisions. But we can bring it to legal review if we think it'll make it any further through the legislative process.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's that of the misgendering or dead naming, and of the compelled speech. I think that's going to be a battle for this bill if it goes further, but I'll digress there.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? I don't see any at this time. Thank you. As we go along, if it is necessary for you to come on a weekly basis to the board to provide update, please keep me informed. The next 3 or 4 weeks is going to be pretty hectic for you. So just keep me informed about that so we can schedule you on the agenda as needed. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Atwood. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, this is adoption of consent items. Can you please make the motion to adopt the consent items?
Yes. I move that the Board of Education adopt consent as designated in the agenda. The consent items are D2, approval of March 5th, 2025 regular meeting minutes. D3, approval of March 19th, 2025 special meeting minutes. D4, personnel recommendations, April 2nd, 2025. D5, resolution 2025-24, financial literacy month. D6, resolution 2025-26, month of the military child. D7, resolution 2025-27, National Volunteer Week. And D8, resolution 2025-29, diversity in education month for April.
Second. Moved and seconded. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus, Director Carey.
Aye.
Director Hafley.
Director Hafley has stepped out right now.
Director Jorgensen.
Aye.
Director Malpacum.
Aye.
Director Nelson.
Aye.
Director Ott.
Aye.
The ayes have it. The consent items have been adopted as presented. Moving on to the action items on the agenda. The first action item is the Doherty High School Science Wing naming. Director Jurgensen, can you please make the motion for action item E1, Doherty High School Science Wing naming?
Yes, as a Doherty alumni, I'd be happy to. I move that the Board of Education approves that the science wing at Doherty High School be named in honor of Steve Gigliotti.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. The board reviewed this information during the March 5th regular board meeting. Superintendent Gall, do you have any additional information for the board at this time?
We do not, but we stand ready for more questions if there are.
Okay.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Can you tell everyone who you are again? Please
introduce yourself.
Yeah. Josh.
High School.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Josh.
I know that you played a significant role in putting that package together, so thank you for your efforts. Any questions on this or comments before a roll call? None. So the board is really enthusiastic in approving this, and please keep us informed that if you are going to have some type of event at your school to celebrate this occasion, keep the board informed so interested board members can attend and participate. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Director Bankus has stepped out.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Hafley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott? Aye.
The ayes have it, so the Board of Education approves the science wing at Doherty High School to be named after Mr. Steve Gigliotti.
All right.
Moving to the next item on the action item, this is Resolution 2025-28 Executive Professionals Week, April 21 to 25, 2025. Director Jurgensen, can you please read the resolution? You have a copy of the resolution? Great. And make the motion for action item E2, Executive Professionals Week.
Yes, Resolution 2025-28, Executive Professionals Week, April 21st to 25th, 2025. Whereas Colorado Springs School District 11 executive professionals are valuable and essential to Colorado Springs School District 11 and to the Colorado's educational system by providing leadership and support to our schools and facilities and assisting students in reaching their full academic potential. Whereas executive professionals provide leadership and assistance to the entire district community to include schools, human resources, facilities, transportation, technology, student discipline, professional development, food services, business services, grants, equal opportunity programs, communications, assessment and enrollment, and all departments and functions in the district. Whereas executive professionals contribute to providing a safe learning and working environment. And whereas it is appropriate for Colorado Springs School District 11 to recognize the vital role that executive professionals play in promoting student achievement and to salute these employees for the dedicated services that each one provides to the district's students and communities. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the members of the Colorado Springs School District 11 Board of Education, on the second day of April 2025, do hereby proclaim the week of April 21st to 25th, 2025 as Executive Professionals Week. I move that the Board of Education adopts Resolution 2025-28, recognizing April 21st to the 25th, 2025 as Executive Professionals Week in District 11.
Second.
Moved and seconded. I see Dr. Comfort here. Superintendent Gall.
Yeah, and Dr. Comfort's going to introduce Jeremiah Johnson and Tanya Nash.
Good evening, Board. May I introduce CASACE President and Vice President Jeremiah Johnson and Tanya Nash.
Good evening, President Malpacum, members of the Board of Education, Superintendent Gall. It is my honor to stand before you tonight to recognize the incredible work that our executive professionals do every day to help shape the future of our students. Tonight, we recognize them, and I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize the critical role that our building and department leaders play in pursuit of academic excellence. At the heart of every successful educational institution are the leaders who work tirelessly behind the scenes, those who set the tone, build the culture, and inspire their teams. Our executive professionals are not just administrators or directors. They are the visionaries, the problem solvers, the advocates for our most treasured asset, our students. It is vital we recognize the work of these leaders. It's not just about administration or policy. It's about creating environments where teachers are empowered to teach, students are supported, and academic outcomes can flourish. These leaders create infrastructure for high-quality instruction to thrive. They build the systems that ensure teachers have the resources they need, that students receive the individual education and attention they deserve, and the entire school community is working towards one common goal: student success. Without our educational professionals fostering a collaborative, student-centered culture, it would be impossible for us to achieve the academic goals we have set for our district. As we strive to become the #1 academically ranked institution in Colorado, we must understand this ambition cannot be realized in isolation. It is the teamwork, the shared commitment, and the leadership of our executive professionals that they bring to the table that will propel us to this achievement. It is these leaders who create the conditions for academic success. They build teams that focus not just on numbers or test scores, but on developing well-rounded, critical thinkers who are ready to excel in a rapidly changing world. Their influence shapes how teachers collaborate, how students engage, and how we measure success. Not only by achievement, but also by the growth of every learner. We can have the best curriculum, the latest technology, and the most innovative programs, but without strong leadership at every level of our buildings and in our departments, none of these things will translate into student success. The role of executive professionals is invaluable. Because we are the bridge between visionary and reality, we take our district's goals and turn them into actionable plans that impact every classroom, every student, and every educator. So tonight, as we recognize Executive Professional Week, let us reaffirm our commitment to support these leaders. Let us continue to invest in their development, empower them with the resources they need, and trust in their ability to create the teams and systems that will drive us to become the top-ranked academic institution in Colorado. Together, we can turn our goals into accomplishments and provide every student with the highest quality education they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any comments from the board? Director Backus.
And I want to take the opportunity to publicly thank you and for the wonderful way in which you express the mission, the goal, commitment, the intention each and every day that the executive professionals perform for District 11, for the kids who come, for the staff that's here, and for the opportunity to be a premier school district. So thank you to everyone you represent. And if we don't say it often enough, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you. Ditto from all 6 of us here to what Dr. Banker said. And thank you for you and your leadership team as well on CASEUS, representing all our executive professionals and ensuring that the voice of our executive professionals is being heard, and the feedback is provided to the board and district administration as well. Thank you for the work that you guys are doing. And to our community, please remember to recognize our executive professionals that April 21st to 25, a small token, students can make a card or something to recognize the executive professionals at each one of their respective schools. Thank you. With that,
Thank you,
roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Hafley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The resolution has been adopted. Thank you. Director Nelson, can you please make the motion for item E3, fiscal year 2025-26 benefits insurance committee plan design and premium recommendations?
I move that the Board of Education approves the District Benefits Insurance Committee's recommended fiscal year 2025-26 health plan premium and plan design recommendations and continuation with current providers, including Kaiser Permanente.
Second.
Moved and seconded. This item was presented to the board for review during the March 5th regular board meeting. Superintendent Gall, do you have any additional information?
We do not.
Okay. Board, any additional questions before roll call? I don't see any. Roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Hafley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The resolution for the healthcare premiums and recommendation that came from that health insurance committee has been adopted by the board. Mill levy override amendment. Director Bankus, the next item. Can you please make the motion for action item E4, mill levy override MLO amendment?
I move the Board of Education approves the request to utilize mill levy override non-recurring funds to support secondary literacy curriculum in the amount of $1,500,000 and $100,000 to cover the cost of the triennial MLO assessment for the current fiscal year.
Okay, moved and seconded. The board reviewed again this information during the March 5th regular board meetings. Superintendent Gall?
Nothing new from myself or Dr. Comfort.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Hafley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Melpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
The ayes have it. The MLO amendment has been adopted by the board. Moving on to the next item, which is a contract award to the Design Build Renovation Services for Colorado Springs School of Technology, CSST Innovation High School. Director Carey, can you please make the motion for action item E5, contract award C 2025-1012, Design Build Renovation Services for Colorado Springs School of Technology?
I move that the Board of Education approves contract C 2025-1012 to AP Mountain States LLC, doing business as Adolphson and Peterson Construction, in the amount not to exceed $2,350,000 to renovate 7,300 square feet at the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs Cybersecurity Building for our Colorado Springs School of Technology Innovation High School. The period of performance is March 17th, 2025 to August 15th, 2025.
I need a second. Okay. Moved and seconded. Superintendent Gall.
Chief Odom, if you could introduce the team and the project.
Thank you, Superintendent Gall. Good evening, Board of Education. Tonight with us is our CSST principal. We have capital programs and procurement here, and then our construction partners, Adolphson and Peterson, are also here. So everybody just wave if you're here for CSST. Thank you so much. You know, it's really exciting. We've been talking about this for about 15 months, and it's really cool to see this evolve from an idea that created excitement for student opportunities. And I'm really thrilled to be able to bring to you a contract that's going to resonate and make this reality for our school year next year. What's super cool is that it's going to be at UCCS National Cybersecurity Building. So that's awesome. From the beginning, this project has aimed to enable D11 to achieve the vision of a school that serves students in a more visible and centralized manner. This innovation school provides students with access to career experiences, job shadowing, internships, as well as opportunities for work-based learning by providing career and technical education and concurrent enrollment courses. Do you wonder how this is going to look? If I could get Melissa's help, I'm going to show a conceptual floor plan, and then we'll show some renderings, and then I'll highlight how this type of contract functions. So this is a conceptual floor plan that's going to provide 6 classrooms, a large open space concept area where students will be able to collaborate. It will have a warming kitchen for D11 food service to bring food to serve. It's going to have a student kitchen, little break area, staff areas, and bathroom space. All of that, right now, 7,300 square feet. It's really exciting. I thought it was super cool. But this contract was competitively bid. Will you get to, yes, thank you. It was competitively bid. This is what it might look like inside. Isn't that cool? Doesn't that make you want to go there? Next, please. Yeah. And then this next space. We'll just leave this up while I finish. We competitively bid this, and we had a huge turnout for this for a site visit, but ultimately we received 5 responsive proposals. We selected a design-build contract structure. That's kind of different than what we normally do because of the compressed schedule and limited time to design and construct. In a design-build contract, there are 2 unique differences. The first is that we provide a ceiling budget that's set by the owner that keeps proposals in a competitive space because we haven't defined or designed the scope quite yet. The second is that the contract that we're awarding is with the general contractor, and the general contractor partners with a design firm to do this. So we are designing and constructing in a systematized fashion to meet this very compressed schedule. When you have we have constructed this contract to provide a GMP, or a guaranteed maximum price, for both the design and construction phase. AMP, or Adolphson and Peterson, proposed a guaranteed price with a detailed line item budget that can meet our delivery date of July 14th for staff to come in and make it look like this. Imagine this space. And then we'll open on August 12th. AMP was ranked with the highest technical rating, the most detailed approach, the highest confidence that they'll be able to keep the pricing within their guaranteed maximum price and finish on time. The evaluation team unanimously selected Adolphson and Peterson as the top-ranked choice. We do have a UCCS facilities partner that we have keeping them looped in during this whole time, so we'll continue to keep them in partnership through the construction phase. And once it's approved, tomorrow, tonight, not sure which, the contracting officer will issue a notice to proceed, and we'll get going in this space. We have ordered some early materials because of long lead time and to avoid some anticipated price raises. But that concludes my overview, and I'll turn it over to the board for any questions you might have for me or this wonderful team.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your presentation. Director Bankus.
Would you review for me again the input that you received or that team received on the configuration of the interior of this facility that we're building?
Sure. This conceptual design was put together in collaboration with the district and with Adolphson Peterson's initial conceptual floor plan. So we had input from the principal, Nate. We had input from our in-house architect, Miss Hannah White. And then Adolphson Peterson had their design partner of FBT as the architect firm they're partnering with. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Nelson.
Am I remembering correctly that the building already has some classroom space, and so we're just now adding 6 additional? And so how many total will there be?
There'll be 6 classrooms, but in the space of 7,300 square feet, it's just open wall space.
There are additional classrooms that UCCS currently uses that we have talked about using as overflow as we continue to grow or need. They're not in high demand right now, and so that's also our backup if there are any construction delays for school opening in August. So there's currently 3 open bay classrooms. Nathan, where are you over there? 4 open bay classrooms, and then a couple of workstations for UCCS students at that in the finished front half of the building. We're building out the back half of the unfinished space. But there's opportunity to share that front space as well as part of the MOU.
Okay, that helps explain it. I was thinking if our goal is to get to an enrollment of 500 kids in the future, I'm assuming those six classrooms, the staff are going to be sharing space, and so then they would not have like a designated classroom, but instead need some desk space or office space somewhere. I know other schools have that format. I was just visiting a school recently that's how it works.
Yes.
So, okay. Just so I have clarity, you might have mentioned this, but the $2,350,000, is that, we approved previously 2.5 million, so is the difference just contingency, like if there's increased costs or something?
I'm going to try and answer it, and I'm going to kind of look over my left shoulder at Jen Hoteling to make sure I answer it correctly. There is a small amount of contingency, but it will include furniture.
Oh, okay.
Anything else? Technology.
Okay, all right. That makes sense. Thank you. That's all I have.
Director Jorgensen.
While we're talking about this school, could we get I guess my question is, I'm hoping that there's a ton of interested families already. What happens if we don't have enough families to start this fall? Is this project still moving forward and we'll figure that out, or?
So we currently have enough families we think to be able to open. We're well over 50 right now, and the choice window is still actively open. So we're intending to still reach our 100 target. I think the question you're asking is the question we ask ourselves all the time, is what do we do if the kids don't show up? I think the great thing about this space is there's opportunities even without the existence of CSST for District 11 to create partnerships with both UCCS Cybersecurity Lab, Space ISAC, and Exponential Impact in that space. Part of a larger city initiative has been the recent facilitation of what do we do with the North Nevada corridor, and really the output from the city on that was we make it an innovation corridor. Part of those interviews was how CSST in this relationship already sits as a cornerstone of innovation in a space that's really a blank canvas for the city to be able to build that out. It will be our space, so it is our space to then utilize. That we have a myriad of different options, but we don't anticipate having to use those.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Is there anything you want to add, Principal?
I was just going to add, we've received 80 applications as of earlier today, and I haven't checked recently, so they continue to come in, and we're continuing to do marketing campaigns. We've also made the decision to add 10th grade, so we'll have 9th and 10th grade to also try to make sure that we get as many students as we can.
Okay, thank you for that update. Director Hart.
Thank you. I really appreciate Director Jorgensen's questions, because how many students, and not just have applied maybe, but are actively committed to this school, I think is a really valuable question. To our guests from the construction industry, I have consistently voted against the school because I believe that it should be in an existing school as a program. So when my vote comes tonight, it is not a judgment on this particular choice. I just want to be clear on that. Although I am glad to hear that there are other options being considered if the school doesn't make it, which every success to the school, but it would be inconsistent to my principles and values at this point to move forward with that. But it's good that we are considering other options as well if things just don't quite work out. Thank you.
Yeah, and just as that question continues to come up, the design of this school is not because there isn't other space. The design of this school is specific to this space. Being in partnership on site with higher ed and local, the economy, so to speak, is the design feature. So the limitation to this school is to say to not put it at UCCS and to put it in open space and then have transportation issues or the challenges that we have in all of, and it actually happened tonight just when Renee was talking about her foundation. Getting our kids access to outside of building experiences is the design of this school. We know this is an innovation school approved by the state board unanimously that says finally somebody thinking outside the box of how do we connect K-12 through higher ed to the local economy. All three of them on the same site, a 30-year lease for a $2.5 million investment. You do the math. There is no other return on investment that the district has, even in its current locations. So this is by design to be at this school. Putting this school at another location actually limits its potential.
Thank you. And that answers actually one of the public comments that came up today. Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions from the board at this time? Well, we look forward to the work that is going to take place out there. And thank you for the update that there are 80 potential applicants already in 9th and 10th grade. So to our community that is listening, if you are interested, please reach out to Principal Ghosh and visit that space. Things are moving really well, and we look forward to the grand opening in August. With that, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Hafley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Mel Packham?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
No.
The ayes have it. The contract award was awarded to Adolphus and Peterson.
Thank you very much.
Moving to the next item on the agenda, which is graduation requirements. Director Bankus, can you please make the motion for action item E6, graduation requirements?
I move that the Board of Education approves the revised high school graduation requirements as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded, the board received and reviewed this information during the February 12th work session and the March 5th regular board meeting. Superintendent Gall, do you have any additional information for the board at this time?
We do not. We've made the adjustments based upon the feedback presented in the last non-action and in the work session conversations. We appreciate the board's support.
Thank you. There is an attachment for the community if you are interested in seeing what the graduation requirements looks like, and we'll be discussing it as a non-action item when it comes up as a policy revision. Any questions from the board at this time? Director Nelson.
The next agenda item is actually what brought this question to my mind, so they overlap a little, but it seems that we're going to take this document that, hold on, what's it titled? Not the policy, but the exhibit, it's called the exhibit, and have it connected on our website with policy. So this is sort of going to be like the guiding document that counselors go to, that parents go to. My question is on the empathetic collaborator. Can you remind me why world language is bolded versus the other items? Did we decide, and maybe I should remember this, but I don't. Did we decide we want to require 2 credits of world language for all of our students to graduate? Okay.
You did not. Thank you. We did not decide that that's a requirement for 2 years, but we wanted to call it out that world language, is in that bucket.
Okay.
That's the only reason for the bold, just
Okay.
to make sure that the content area was noted inside there.
Okay, so it is that a student could get 2 credits either from CTE or VAPA or world languages.
Right, and when we connect that to peak experiences and we really think about in high school how students are starting to get individualized in their choices based on their passions and interests, that's part of the purpose for that, to be able to deeply invest where they see their future going.
Okay. This is like so nitpicky, but I'm thinking about like if as a parent and I have not heard this conversation or a counselor, we bold English, we bold math, we bold science. So then to me it was saying world language is required since it's bolded. And so I was going to actually suggest we move the rest of that box over to the other section if we are requiring world language, but since we're not, then yeah. Like I said, that's nitpicky, but if this is the document that's going to be helping guide everyone, Let's make it crystal clear.
And if it's just a technical change like that, I think that the board could still vote on this right now,
yeah,
because this is going to be attached, an exhibit as part of the transition to 30,000-foot policy. We'll work on IKF and we'll add an exhibit instead of the depth that it's in right now, and we can definitely make like a little technical change like that at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I agree. I just was trying to remember, did we require that? I can't remember that, how that conversation played out. So thank you for the clarity.
Director Bankus.
I know we talked about this at length. Refresh me, please, on the personal finance. Did we say that personal finance could be embedded into a math course? And did we say that personal finance could also come under social studies? And who makes that determination? How do we make sure that kids, it's an option, but I'm assuming that they have to have it?
They have to, so it'll be a requirement. Part of the reason it's in both buckets right now is there's a bill in the legislature to require personal finance across the state, and the state has said it's up to districts to decide whether it's in mathematics where it counts or whether it's in social studies. And so we've got it in both right now, so that if that legislation were to pass, then we can make that choice in our system to put it in the content area.
So if it stays in innovative problem solver as a course in math, or it falls under math, is that a semester long or is that a year long? How long a course is it?
Typically semester.
A semester. Is the same thing true if it falls under social studies?
Yes.
A semester. Okay.
And part of the reason the legislature is giving that flexibility is tied to who's highly qualified to teach that. Sometimes you have CTE instructors that are highly qualified to teach that. Sometimes it's mathematics instructors. So it gives us that flexibility to make sure that we're getting it in as a requirement for students.
If it falls under math, is that going to interrupt a student's math progression? When they
No, because you'll remember we also increased the number of math credits required. If you look at the current state on the left-hand side, there's less math credits required now than will be moving forward. So it
Gotcha.
won't interrupt the progression.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Director Hafley.
Just a clarifying question. When I taught government, it was called American government, or it was called civics. I've never heard of civil government. Can you explain that one to me?
Yeah, that's coming from the state.
Okay.
I mean, that's how
They-
it's.
so they changed it?
That's exactly how it comes from this. From
Okay, very
the
good.
state. Yep.
So it's still American?
Thank you.
It looks like it's government on the update. In the old one, it's called civil government. Okay, I don't see any other questions. With that, roll call, please.
Director Bankus?
Aye.
Director Carey?
Aye.
Director Hafley?
Aye.
Director Jorgensen?
Aye.
Director Malpacum?
Aye.
Director Nelson?
Aye.
Director Ott?
Aye.
So the board has approved the revised high school graduation requirements. Thank you. Moving on to the non-action items, the previous graduation requirements which the board approved requires policy IKF to be revised. So this agenda item is coming in front of the board as non-action at this time. Superintendent Gall.
Dr. X.
Dr. X.
Clean up the mess. Thank you.
President Malpacum, members of the board, Superintendent Gall, tonight we present to you the new policy IKF to align to the action that this board just took. The policy itself has really kind of two revisions to it. It's been brought up to the 35,000 foot level, just discussing graduation requirements and directing the school district to have so set graduation requirements as are required. We did add a section on early graduation, which is from a single line policy IKFA that we did find within the archives of our policy manual. And in the past, prior to I believe it's 2018-19 school year, we had to have a different number of credits. So we actually had two regulations. Those regulations are not required by state law, and CASB does not recommend them. So what we did was we took the previous exhibit that you just had on the screen and just reviewed, and we made that the exhibit to align to the CASB recommendation and to begin the process of aligning our graduation credits to the graduate profile and our peak experience.
So this is the new policy, the clean version that is being presented to the board for
Correct.
adoption.
Correct.
Along with the exhibit that goes with that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Questions, board? Director Ott.
Thank you. Should we repeal IKFA, early graduations?
Yeah, I'm still in the process of seeing if IKFA has been officially repealed as I go back through old, because the last time it was revised by the board was 1989.
And it's still listed in our
It's
policies.
still listed, but I don't know if there has been previous action on it because of the manual it actually came from.
Okay, thank you.
I have some work to do. If you review the policy on the website, you'll see that it's a one-sentence policy, and our new description of early graduation is a little bit more exhaustive.
Any other questions on this policy, board, that is in front of you? Director Nelson.
Just a comment, thank you for doing the work on this. It looks like you took it to a higher level where we're trying to get with our policies, so thank you for doing that. I don't personally have any comments or edits.
Okay, seeing no other questions, is the board, by a show of thumbs, okay in moving this to consent? Okay, so this will move to consent at a future board meeting. Okay, non-action items, moving on to the next one. This is instructional materials approval, secondary courses approval. This is new information, Superintendent Gall.
Yeah, I'd like to bring the whole team forward. You can see people coming from all directions and acknowledge their hard work, particularly on the fact that we piloted CKLA as part of the things that you'll be reviewing tonight over the course of this last year, and got really strong support and feedback. That is why we bring this and some other options to you this evening. Liz, you're going to drive the show here when we get to your slides. There you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Superintendent Gall, board. It's great to be here. We're really excited. We have an amazing team here to answer any questions you have. And I want to definitely say thank you so much to the teachers that were part of this process, the parents that were part of the process, school leaders, community members. We had really robust teams. Looking at how do we think about our strategy and academics aligned to content. So you've seen the instructional core many times. We're really going to hone in on the content academic rigor circle this evening. And part of our academic strategy is really this idea of having high quality instructional materials that are aligned to our state standards and that can be implemented in a coherent and consistent way across our system. The RAND company did a study in 2020, and they found that over 90% of teachers were pulling from Google, Teachers Pay Teachers, looking for experiences for kids, right, that were highly engaging, aligned to standards, but it creates inconsistencies across our system, and then access to grade level or above instruction starts to become questionable. So this academic strategy is really around how do we have high quality instructional materials across content areas across our district. So we have many curriculum that we're bringing through this evening, which is also very exciting because we're really updating in several areas that need to be updated. We had review processes that include many different stakeholders, from teachers to school leaders to parents, community members, and district leadership. And you'll see we're going for K-12 literacy continuum all the way across, new chemistry resources, Spanish, VAPA, and health. A little background, I know you all have had a chance to look at these slides, but all of these areas are either very outdated. Curricula for chemistry, we couldn't even actually find the last time a chemistry resource had been purchased in D11. So a lot of need along these content areas. Health, we also had extended for one final year. They are sunsetting that curriculum. This is the updated version of what we have been using for many years in D11. Yes, so also VAPA, having a core curriculum, K-8, Spanish, and intervention. We have several intervention programs that we were short cycling in our schools. We want to actually take those through for full approval this evening for you to consider. So we get into the actual recommendations. So you can see the 2 curricula that were narrowed down to, and then the top choice. So in elementary literacy, Amplify core knowledge was unanimously recommended based on the science of reading, very rigorous, very engaging. I think if you had a chance to read the comments, one of our pilot teachers talked about the highest levels of engagement that she had seen in her classroom in her teaching career, and her only regret was that her own kids hadn't been in a pilot school. That was really great. Middle school also Amplify, so there would be a nice continuum there, K-8. Again, highly engaging, based in science of reading. And then high school, the recommendation was HMH into literature. This one was not unanimous. This is the one that did have the most votes, but this one was a little closer. Very robust, again, interesting tools with AI on writing feedback that teachers really liked, curated text sets, many, many resources, and again, really engaging, integrates with all of our platforms really well. So very exciting. Chemistry, Savas, again, unanimously recommended from the team that reviewed the different options. Phenomenon-based instruction, hands-on, inquiry-based, 3-dimensional design. Just again, I think there's a theme here in getting really engaging materials in the hands of our teachers and students as we focus on engagement and agency. Health, so this is the Glencoe Health, but this is a curriculum that we've been using for many years, but the version we're using is no longer even available. So this is a renewal and new resources. VAPA, the art of education. So again, this is aligned to all of our state standards, really fosters this artistic journey and builds, again, a continuum across grade levels. Spanish, Entre Culturas, by Wayside, another one that was unanimously recommended. So teachers are really excited, as you can see with several of these being unanimous, about having this kind of level of resource in their classrooms. Integrated performance assessments to call out, proficiency-based approach, thematic units, grammar, vocabulary, differentiation, many things for our Spanish, our students learning Spanish. And then, of course, right, the curriculum is one piece, but how do we support our teachers in really being able to leverage the curriculum in their classrooms? So really 2 areas: ongoing professional development aligned to our district calendar, so half PD days. On building days, we will definitely have some other optional sessions that schools could opt into. Department chair meetings, we'll be doing a lot with department chairs in terms of leading this work in their building with the new curriculum, and then definitely aligned to our coaching and support. So with our real focus on instructional coaching and building that group up to support this work, and then of course living in PLCs for planning and data work. So super excited about all of those curriculum. You will also see many courses coming through. Most of these are really along the IB for All continuum, so many IB classes. We have the IB MYP US Government, Advanced Science Research 1 and 2, Advanced Science Research 1-2 Honors. There's a Professional Media Practicum 1 and 2, Journalism, IB Physics, HL, IB MYP World History, IB MYP Personal Project. So those are our courses. And then the books, I think Director Nelson, you were talking about some of the books earlier with a question for Chief Rasmussen. The books that are on the list are actually books that are part of Study Sync, which was our previous literacy curriculum. But those books are in many classrooms across D11 right now and have actually not gone through the approval process, so we wanted to make sure we brought them through. It's hard to find novels in our system that are approved, et cetera, so we wanted to just clean that up so that you could search for books and teachers knew what had been approved. All right, that's a lot of talking. We have some amazing people here to answer any questions you might have.
I really appreciate the team, particularly on this slide. Even as we were getting ready to present tonight, we were getting emails from staff that said, hey, I love that. However, am I going to get a chance to learn how to use this? And here we are in April, and we still have PD at the end of the year, when we have the closeout of the year, the beginning of the year. We're really moving to this general half district days, half building days, and you can see even that inclusion of department chair level opportunities specifically for the groups that will be bringing on these new curricula.
Thank you. I do see a question from Dr. Bankus. Dr. Bankus.
And you pretty much answered my question. I want to make sure that we have the materials and we have the kits and we have the training so that teachers have time to look through it, to develop their own style, to develop their method in which they're going to make this something intriguing and engaging for students. So I'm interested in knowing about what that timeline is going to be when it comes out. The other question, if you'll go back to the slide that talked about the curriculum for high school.
This one?
Yes, where it says robust writing instruction with AI feedback tool. Can you address that and give us some more information about that? Be brave.
AI, the world of AI is...
Introduce yourself.
It's just exploding. There's so many different resources out there. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Karen Hamlow, Director of Humanities. And so, with the AI tool, it allows students, as they write, it can give feedback to them, like if your thesis, how your thesis is aligned to your main points, and it will highlight for them and give a little comment box. It also gives grammar feedback and various things that they can do to improve their writing, so the teacher's not writing the same thing, like expand your thesis a million times. AI will do that for them, so then when they submit their paper to the teacher, it is higher quality, and the teacher can give feedback that's much more precise.
Thank you.
On the teacher end as well, before you actually get your grade as a student. Hi, my name's Heather Verano. I'm the high school ELA facilitator. I just did the same thing. I apologize. But for the teacher, they have to actually approve that feedback before they submit that grade. So they have to review it and then they can tweak it too, which is essential as a teacher voice to be able to still be plugged into what our students are doing and the feedback that they are receiving. That's an essential piece.
Thank you.
Dr. Hart.
Thank you. I had some questions about the professional media practicum 1 and 2, and so I looked through the long version of the documentation about each of these. And on that one, I was just left with all kinds of questions because we are, in this one, it sounds like we would be working with a community partner or they have developed the curriculum. So this is not something that's coming from one of our teachers or IB, et cetera.
Yeah, Dwayne Roberson in CTE has been working on this one, so I could definitely have him connect with you. We can get some more information, but yes, it is an outside partner that's working to develop this course, but in conjunction with CTE.
Okay. So does it get run through a District 11 curriculum adoption committee in any way? If someone proposes a curriculum for our schools, does that happen?
Well, so that's really what we're looking at tonight, right? Is this proposed course that we would say, okay, we do approve that this is a good, solid course, that we are trying this partnership with someone from the outside to build this with our career technical education department and see if this works. But having a clear syllabus that we approve.
Okay, so I guess in the materials, there are no materials associated with that. And for what it's worth, my concern is that this does come from an outside partner, and I understand Superintendent Gall you've given them a letter of recommendation, and Director Jorgensen has spoken at a fundraiser for this. But, and so I'm glad that there's some interest there. But my questions, one, this particular foundation is working with a specific radio group, a media group, Salem Media Group. They specifically address that they are conservative and Christian, and that's fine. But it's not a collaboration of several media outlets. It's very specifically this one. Students are going to develop a podcast or podcast content. My concern are things like if this group is going to encourage students to have material for the radio station and lab hours at their radio station, what if the students' values or family values don't align with that? And Director Jorgensen has specifically commented on neutral learning environments, and I have to wonder how that one's going to work here. And just some other things too, questions about what we're responsible for, what they're responsible for. It is a foundation. There are numerous field trips mentioned in the curriculum, or their plan. So like, are we paying for those? Is the foundation paying for those? If they're fundraising, maybe they are. So I do wonder about additional costs to us. I mentioned the lab hours includes volunteering 2 to 3 hours at the radio station. I'm guessing that's each week. Is it required? Do we have to do transportation to the station? So I just have so many questions about that. And so I would like more answers on that one particularly.
Can you summarize those in an email and send to the team as a non-action item?
Mm-hmm. I sure can.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Copy the board so we get that information.
I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Okay. Director Nelson.
I have a few questions that span curriculum and course, so just setting the stage. I think I'll start with the new IB history courses. I was reading that it's sort of a shift and just morphing what we're offering so students are prepared for the future IB courses they're taking. My question is, are they going to be able to use the textbooks that we already have approved, or will there be specific books now that they need for this course that are IB textbooks? Because I think, I might have misinterpreted it, but I think it was before just like honors world history, and now it's shifting to an IB world history, so I don't know how that works. And if you need to get back to us, that's fine.
I think I might need to get back to you.
I think Jennifer wants to come forward. Thanks.
Okay, come on down, Jennifer.
And remember to introduce yourself.
Good evening, Board. Jennifer Chappell, Director of Academic Master Plan Pathways and Personalized Learning. So I think that's a wonderful question. So as we move to IB for All, these courses represent that shift, to your point. So they do access the curricular resources, so the new social studies curricular resource that we adopted last year. And IB also has very specific recommendations. So it's not a curriculum, but it's recommendations, which is approved in a policy. And forgive me, I'm not going to remember which policy that is, but in a policy. So they can leverage our Tier 1 social studies curricular resources, and they can use the IB framework, which is more pedagogy, but also the recommendations for texts, and that is already been approved in a policy by the board. So I hope that answers your question.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Good explanation. Okay, my next question is, with all of this, I know for the ELA curriculum, we're bringing in some MLO dollars and some other sources. What are the funding sources for the chemistry and the Spanish and the VAPA? Is that coming out of their own budgets?
Yes, is the short answer. Yes.
Okay. I figured you had it all figured out, but you wouldn't be here. And then just for my own clarity on the CKLA, is that going K through 8 and it's just called something different, 6 through 8? Or is it, because it says amplify on, but then the way you were speaking to it, it makes me think it is still CKLA. Or is it just K through 5 for CKLA?
So it's the same company, Amplify, that produces, so it's called CKLA at K5, and then what's at middle school?
Amplify
ELA.
Okay.
But
so
they're similar, yes.
They are meant to go together
meant
and
to
be
go
the
together,
continuation?
exactly.
Great. Okay.
Exactly.
I think that's all the questions. Oh, no, I have one more. I'm sorry. On the high school level ELA, there were folders that had pages in it that were unit long read recommendations. And so 10th grade, it was a list of books like Great Gatsby, lots of different ones. Are teachers then able to decide of all of those recommendations which ones they want their students to use? And as we approve this curriculum, are we saying we also approve all of the books that are in those lists? They're so excited to answer.
The short answer is both. We will have a scope and sequence team. We already have a scope and sequence team that's meeting, and the teachers are creating common formative assessments and kind of laying out what it's going to look like in a base curriculum for the year. So a new teacher coming in would have something to be able to pull from, and that's the curriculum for the year. And of course, they can make instructional changes. There are some choice options, like you could read this short story or that short story, but that we would have a solid base. And so it'll be created starting very soon, actually starting in May. And hopefully our goal is to have first quarter ready to go for teachers by the start of the school year, and then we'll develop the rest shortly after that.
Okay. I remember in 10th grade given the opportunity to choose between Pride and Prejudice or Fahrenheit 9/11. You could pick which group you wanted to be in. So I just wanted to make sure as we're approving this, it's also a blanket approval of all of that list that's at every grade level of the possibilities. So, okay, thank you. That's all I have. Good work, you guys. I know this was a ton of work, and just really thank you to everyone that contributed, and the committees and the community members that came in. Really appreciate having lots of eyes to help make these big decisions. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? So the only outstanding one is what Director Art presented about that practicum, media practicum, and she's going to send an email to the board and to Superintendent Gall, which will be forwarded to the concerned people.
And I'll supply it back to the board.
Okay.
Give us a week, please.
Yep. This is going to be a while before it comes back. I don't know which board meeting it's coming back as action item. Any other questions at this time? Director Art.
I'm just going to note, there was, I think it was a 15-page document, but perhaps we can find a better format with what's recommended. And because the first choice, I appreciate that there's a highlight and it says this is recommended. And then the second choice was there. I assume that's how it's working. And then we go on to the next one. but maybe some other way to present that material. I don't know about everyone else, but it just seemed a little confusing because then there were several maybe in a row that appeared to not be recommended, and maybe they aren't recommended or not recommended, but it's just not entirely clear, I would say. So it doesn't matter for this year, but maybe next fall. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
Oh,
very
you
much.
had one. I didn't see. Director Hafley.
Just very quickly, as I look at the social studies curriculum, the reasoning and description of change, you want to require all ninth graders to take world history first semester and U.S. government spring semester. So you want ninth graders to take U.S. government. Am I reading that right? I'm on page 2 of 87, new course or course change request. For content areas, social studies, IBMYP, United States Government, and I'm on page 2, down to the reasoning and description of change.
With IB, do you have any insight?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll be able to address that.
We might need to get back to you.
We'll probably have to ask Alyssa.
Alyssa is
Can I just, as a social studies teacher myself, I've taught government to ninth graders. It was not successful, not because of them, not because of me, but because of their age. U.S. government is really a course for kids that are about ready to vote. Ninth graders, 14-year-olds could care less about that kind of thing. So I would have a hard time with that.
Again, if you get us an email, we'll have that addressed in the follow-up.
Okay.
We appreciate the insight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Appreciate all of you being here.
And you don't have to stand the whole time the next time you come here.
And this will come as an action item at a future board meeting. And by the time it comes back as an action item, the questions that Director Hafley and Director Hart brought up will be addressed. Okay, moving on to the next item on the agenda. This is policy AG. This is the equity policy. So during the March 19th executive session, the board was given information and legal advice regarding the February 14th, 2025 Office for Civil Rights. And that letter is addressed as Dear Colleagues letter regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. So based on that conversation, a discussion of policy AG was determined to be warranted at this time. And to our community, again, I'm just going to give some context and then open it up for board discussion to provide feedback at this time. The school districts and all educational institutions, not only K-12 educational institutions, but also post-secondary institution received a letter from the Office of Civil Rights, and this letter was delivered to us in the middle of February, if I remember right. The letter went on to reference that I'm just reading some excerpts from that letter. Discrimination on the basis of race, color, or national origins is illegal and morally reprehensible. It goes on to say that it goes on to reference some Supreme Court decisions in that letter and provides the school districts with a directive that all educational institutions are advised to ensure that their policies and action comply with existing civil rights law, cease all efforts to circumvent prohibition in the use of race by relying on proxies or other indirect means or accomplish such ends. It ends by saying, something to the effect, I'm just looking for the language out here. Institutions that fail to comply with federal civil rights law may, consistent with applicable law, face potential loss of federal funding. This was the letter that the school district received around February 14th. It's categorized as the Dear Colleagues letter. And based on the letter, this was referred to legal counsel, and then legal counsel provided some recommendations to the school board, also had a conversation with the school board in executive session. And one of the options that was presented to the board was to review its current policies and make sure that they align with the Dear Colleagues letter that came from the Office of Civil Rights, just to ensure that we don't lose any federal funding. It is my understanding, according to legal counsel, Dear Colleagues letter does not have the force of law, but the legal advice that was provided also was should the board and the district take the risk at this point in time? There are other policies on the books that prohibit discrimination, and without having to have the policy AG. And that brings us to the discussion that the board had, I think, at the work session, which was referenced in my introduction, where the board discussed possible repeal of this policy. We have a full board at this time. Director Art had sent an email to the board, and one of her requests was to consider a revision of this policy. With that introduction, I'm going to open it up for the board for discussion at this point in time. Director Carey.
Thank you. I haven't really said very much on this topic any of the other times that it's been introduced. And just because there is community interest, I wanted to kind of just start by sharing a little bit about where I am on this question, because this is something I've thought a lot about as an educator. And just to try to set the tone here, as President Malpaka mentioned, this is a conversation at our level that is prompted by recent actions at the federal level, right? And it's a conversation that's really happening at nearly every level of governance in our society right now, and lots of different places through the community. So I was first kind of exposed to these ideas as a graduate student and a teacher at Boulder, probably 10 years ago, circa 2015, when I was kind of going through trainings as a teacher there. And I've continued to see these ideas play out over a course of the institutions that I'm in, and I'll try to share some of that experience. I'm not primarily going to be talking about policy AG per se, so I'm sorry about that, but I think part of the issue here is this whole conversation really gets to the question of values. And I think the concern from the community is that there are things about equity that the board does not value. And I want to at least share my own feelings on some of these questions as one board director. And I think part of the problem here is equity is just not that well defined of a concept. People don't have a shared understanding of what this means. So I've seen people say equity just means being fair. Equity just means giving everybody the same opportunities. Equity means, no kidding, equal outcomes at the end of the day for your institution. Those do not mean the same thing. And part of the problem, right, is when you're trying to operationalize a concept such as equity, people don't necessarily agree as to what that means or what that is supposed to look like. So I'm going to talk a little bit about my values, and then I'm going to shut up and let everybody else talk. So first of all, students at an educational institution should not be discriminated against. Full stop. We have a policy for that. That is policy AC. Second, as an educational institution, right, you have a set of standards that you are trying to bring students up to. These are defined in no small part by the state and by the local community. And we know that students do not come into educational institutions with a level playing field, right? Any teacher in the classroom knows this. If you think about, elementary students, you have students who come in and their parents have been reading to them every night for the past, 6 to 7 years. And then you have kids whose parents if the parents are even in the picture, have given them a tablet or a cell phone, and that's been their experience for the past chunk of years. Those students are not at the same place, and they're not going to be well served if you treat them in the same way, right? Every teacher knows this. We have a policy for this as well. This is policy JB, which talks about equal access to educational opportunities. And that policy directly tasks the superintendent with doing things like monitoring the curriculum, monitoring training, student access to activities and programs, district support, the way students are evaluated, the way discipline is implemented. So we have a policy that talks about that. And as I've said, right, every teacher knows that students do not come in with the same abilities. If you think about what your day-to-day looks like as a teacher in the classroom, are you spending the same amount of time, an equal time with every student? Almost certainly not. Who are you spending more time with? You are disproportionately spending time with the students who have the most academic need. That's what good teaching looks like, right? So teachers all understand this. However, like I said, equity is not all that well understood as a concept. People don't agree on what that means. And I think one of the reasons just across our country writ large, you've started to see some backlash against DEI, for lack of a better word, is the way that equity is frequently operationalized. And this, to be clear, I know that District 11 had some kind of robust DEI programs before I joined the board. I can't really speak to that. So I'll be pulling examples not from our district, but just in general, the way I've kind of seen this play out in other places. So one issue that I've seen, for instance, is the argument for difference in resourcing based on academic need that very frequently elides into resourcing either implicitly or explicitly on the basis of things like race or sex or gender or what have you. And that is very troubling to me. I don't think explicitly using those categories as a decision point is permitted by law. And I can give you a few different examples of this. In our own district, right, we had some controversy some time ago over the counseling resource circle forward that talked about the white problem specifically. As an institution, we do not want to be disparaging people on the basis of their skin color. If you really want to see this particular question tackled at a very high legal level, I encourage you to read the recent, I guess it's not that recent anymore, Supreme Court case dealing with admissions at Harvard. I think it's something like 237 pages. I highly recommend you read the whole thing. Supreme Court documents are very readable. They're not written for legal experts. They're written for the public to read. So I highly encourage you to do that if you really want to see, some sharp legal minds on all sides of the question tackle that question of how do we think about, giving advantages based on need versus based on race versus based on other things. So that's one thing that I find troubling about the way equity is occasionally operationalized. Number two, when you tell institutions that achieving kind of equal outcomes across, classes or what have you, is a no-kidding expectation, you do run into a bit of an incentive problem. Because if you're trying to bring students from different places all up to the same standard, institutions occasionally will fall into this trap of actually lowering standards. If you want an example of this that's been much argued about recently, you can look at California saying, we're just not going to teach algebra to any 8th graders because we don't want to unfairly advantage anyone. So that kind of thing can trouble me as well. And I would say if you actually really stop and think, identical outcomes aren't really a good policy goal for educational institutions. Students have different interests, right? I pursued a PhD in chemistry. My wife was a nurse and biochemist. Those are not quite the same thing. We watched the video from earlier today where we had students who are proud of their music, students who are proud of their sports. They're not going to have the same outcomes at the end of the day because they don't have the same interests. And if as an institution you box yourself off into that as an explicit policy goal, I don't think you're really serving your students. You want students to have, access to all the opportunities we can. You want students to have the ability to pursue excellence wherever that takes them. That's not necessarily going to result in the same thing for everybody, nor should it. So I've been talking for a while now, so bottom line, students should not be discriminated against. Everyone should have full access to educational opportunities, and I do think educational institutions should be resourcing different schools, different classrooms, different students on the basis of academic need, full stop. But I also believe our existing policies cover these points.
Okay, thank you. Bergeron.
Thank you. So just to the equity idea, the policy defines it so that in theory we'd all be on the same page. And there's equity described, and there's education equity, which is District 11 defines educational equity as a framework that provides every student the same access needed to take advantage of the opportunities, resources, and educational rigor they need throughout their educational career to maximize academic success, workforce readiness, and social emotional well-being, and to view each student as valuable. It does not, and I'm noticing a typo in there right now. I'm like, how did we miss that? It's not aiming necessarily for equal outcomes. So just to address that part of the concern. There are value statements in here that go back to our strategic plan, our vision, and our mission. But we as a board at that time did not feel that was sufficient to adequately address the idea of equity and the value that was felt for that idea. The Dear Colleague letter is not legal. It's not a legal directive. It's not a legal requirement for us. So I have concerns that we're just going to start, I don't want to say willy-nilly, because of course it isn't that, well, I don't believe that it is a willy-nilly idea. But I don't want us to be knee-jerk reaction to everything that comes out of the federal government that suggests that we have to do away with values that are built into our system. Because indeed, we have to address the needs of our students if we want them to succeed. And whether it's an English language learner or a child in a wheelchair or other special needs that they may have, we have to address that for that student. We have to take them as they are presented to us, as they come to us. Contrary to what some might believe, diversity, equity, and inclusion are not outlawed, and we have a very diverse district. I wrote myself a note here. When we talk about the high quality instruction, equity is about ensuring that all students have access to high quality instruction. The policy does not say, it's this particular one, yes, it's addressed elsewhere, about all students are entitled to a school environment free from discrimination. If we think that's already addressed, that's great. It is in our policy AC, but I would be interested in reworking and revising this policy to address any concerns you have if it's taking things out because you think it's repetitive. I was thinking we could add that part about the discrimination, but if indeed it's covered elsewhere, that's fine. We have a mission statement that we dare to empower the whole student to profoundly impact our world. And I guess I look back at this and I think, you know what, this is part of the dare. Do we want to stand up and say this? Do we feel comfortable with that? I think we need to be. And I think we should stand up to it and just say, we believe in educational equity. Again, if there are concerns with this, I'd be happy to work with any of you to revise it, work with the person who emailed us, who is 40 years an author, and given her interest and community interest that we've had. I'll stop for now. Might have something else later.
Dr. Backus.
I appreciate the eloquence Dr. Carey provided with the comments that he made, and I would like to add to a couple of things that he brought up, and that is a common misunderstanding of what equity really means. I go back 3 years during the forums for the opportunity to run for school board and to represent part of my community. And at that time, some candidates were saying equity was being at the bottom of an escalator, and you're asking a child who is ambulatory to go to the top of the escalator, and you're asking the child in the wheelchair to go to the top of the escalator. That was the definition of equity. I was in a classroom after that, and another one was 3 children standing on boxes looking over a fence, and the idea was that some kids were taller than other kids, so you had to make sure that all the kids had a box they could stand on so that every one of them, their chin would get over the top of the fence so they could see the baseball game. I saw that in a classroom being explained to students that that's what equity means. When I take a look at the equity policy that we have here, I think it does not rise to the level of 35,000 feet. As my colleague has mentioned, we have policies in place that encompass many of the intent of what an equity policy is to achieve. Recently, within one of our work sessions, a request was made from this board that we get more frequent data reports for math and reading as opposed to waiting for CMAS or the end of the year. When we get those data reports are broken down by ethnicities, it's broken down by learning behaviors. So we have incorporated, and it is our core value that every child will learn, every child will be given the opportunity to learn as much as we can teach them, and they are ready to accept. And again, we cannot have the expectation that all children will reach the same level at the same time, because we know maturity happens on their own maturity level, on their own growth spurts. I go back to, and I will repeat again, that I do believe that there is a common misunderstanding of what equity stands for. I think that we do ourselves a disservice when we put teachers and staff in a situation where they are encouraged to take students down a road that says we need to be conscious of this and somebody else is responsible. And I think that's the wrong way to go. I think the intent of the earlier policies, I do think that we need to hang on to this policy if we want to go back and revise the ones that you have mentioned and maybe incorporate into a couple of those to update them. I think that's an appropriate thing, but we'd have to pick and choose and keep it at the 35,000 level. So I would like to suggest that we repeal this equity policy and consider what it is that we need to make sure that the values of each and every one of our students is explicit. I don't know one teacher that comes into a classroom who doesn't like their kids. They wouldn't be there if they didn't want to do the best for the kids who come into their classroom. Now, how we get there and the supports that we need, but we also need to make sure that we are holding our, not just our achievement data information, but holding ourselves accountable for making sure that we are constant learners so that we are getting the training that we need in order to improve our practice so that we can teach the child who is not learning maybe 50%, 80% of the kids in the classroom. That's who we are when we take on the job of being an educator. So again, I would propose that we repeal this policy, but not get rid of it in the sense that we throw it out, but maybe use it later for a piece of information should those other policies be revised. Thank you.
Okay. Director Jurgensen.
I just wanted to say, well said, Director Carey.
Okay. Director Nelson.
I wanted to just comment on the policy as it stands. It's not very well written in that there are definitions of terms that are not used in the rest of the policy. There is guidance to promote hiring of vendors based on not quality of their business and what they'll bring to the district, but based on race or gender identity or sex. And so this policy would need a great deal of editing. And when I consider the positive attributes of the policy, where we're saying we're going to meet the needs of students to help them reach their fullest potential, that is already said in our other policies. So I also support repealing this document because the positive attributes, we say, as Director Carey mentioned, in several of our other policies. And so we still hold those same values. We just don't need to go through that work of editing this policy, I do not believe. That's all I have. Thanks.
Okay. Any other comments at this time from anybody in the board? So Director Art had suggested revision, and if the board is open to it, and I will ask the board's feedback on that, or if the collective will of the board is to repeal the policy. I do want to add a couple of comments to this discussion, and Director Jurgensen and I were on the board when this policy was discussed initially, and Director Art, you were also out there. We were relatively new to the board at that time when all this discussion took place, and I know that there were a lot of community-style cafe meetings that took place to discuss this. And the premise was, at the time when this policy was proposed, and there is language in the equity policy that addresses this, is that the district is systemically racist. And it goes on to add that language out there right at the end of that first paragraph. And a policy is necessary, that we need to adopt intentional practices to address these systemic racism issues that are prevalent, widespread in our district. There was no, if I can recall at that time, evidence that was clearly presented that practices were existing in our district. And then it goes on to talk about what Director Nelson, hiring practices should reflect those practices, and then the professional development should reflect those to address these systemic racism issues. We had a work session on this topic, I remember, and one of the things that we talked about at that time was the hiring practices. I mentioned it at that time that the hiring practices should, it doesn't matter what the race or sex of that individual is, the competency and the qualification of the individual should be the first consideration. And following the statement that I made at that time, a grievance was filed by the district that I made that statement at that point in time. And I still stand by it that hiring practices should reflect the competency of the individual and the merit of that individual, and it shouldn't have any association with the race, color of skin, or sex of that individual. Let them be black, white, brown, from outer space for all I care, as long as they're competent and qualified to teach that subject matter. So when you look at the essential premise as to how this policy was developed, I have concerns about how this started in the first place, and then the language that comes up there. So I will leave it at that. I do agree with some of the same concerns that was expressed by Director Carey, that there are other policies in place that ensures that students are not discriminated. We do practice educational equity in our school district at this point in time, which means that schools that are academically struggling get additional resources. Schools like Adams, Galileo, and Mitchell, who are on the state watch list, end up getting additional resources to ensure that the students and the staff at the schools are adequately resourced. So we do practice educational equity from that point of view. That's all I have to say, Director Art.
Thank you. I don't think it was the district that filed a grievance against you, was it? It was, I thought, an individual.
Yeah, it was an individual from
Yes,
the
okay,
district.
so there is a difference.
Okay,
And
agreed.
we just need to be clear about that. Also, I don't read this the same way you do, apparently, that the district is inherently systemically racist. There have been, in the system, if you will, of the United States of America, where people have been discriminated against, like just even women and it's not just about race, it's about all forms of discrimination. Women, for example, not being able to have credit cards, until 1970s and things like that. So those things wherein we have been discriminated against in the system, if you will, they have to be overcome. And when I read this isn't, we're talking about building an equitable ecosystem of practices where we are going to address intentionally the problems that are out there and help people overcome them. And we do that, obviously, academically. When we look at, conveniently up here, F, listed about hiring practices, we're going to support and we're going to utilize hiring practices that support and stimulate racial, gender, and language diversity in its staff by recruiting, employing, training, and retaining its employees. It doesn't mean we're not going to hire a white guy because he's up for a role against a black woman. It just means we might need to be more targeted in having a more diverse staff. Let's go to the historical black colleges to recruit for teachers. Contractors, I remember that conversation about contractors too. We're not going to hire someone who doesn't meet the basic needs. We have to meet our contracting requirements. We have a whole process for that. We're not lessening anything, we're aiming higher. And that is part of what this was aimed at. And I have quite a bit of dismay that there is such misunderstanding about this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for correcting me on that. I had a long conversation with the previous superintendent at that time, and some of the concerns that I'm voicing were a reflection of those conversations, where he clearly expressed to me that he has concerns that the district is systemically racist, and that's why we need a policy such as this equity policy. Okay, and you are right, it was the grievance was filed by an employee of the district at the from my understanding, what was communicated to me by the then board president was that at the urging of the then superintendent, it was filed. Director Jurgensen.
I had that same grievance against me. I remember that. I remember the date of that work session, sitting on my back patio, August 4th, 2020. And Director Ott, to your point, we have come a long way from where you're mentioning. We will continue to move the needle forward. This is a redundant policy, and I would share, if I could, where Section F that you mentioned actually set a school in our district back a few years. But I'll leave that at that level. So I think that it's important to know that we are not a systemically racist nation, that we have done better than the world when we found things. I was reading a book the other day, the Salem witch trials, which everybody thought in America were horrible, and they were. Do you realize that our nation stopped the Salem witch trials quicker than any other country? Witch trials and deaths and burning and all of that happened for months, and hundreds of more people died across the world. We were one of the quickest nations because of our convictions and our founding fathers to stop that practice. So when you talk about things being bad, yeah, they were. But where else, and do you have the opportunity to be whatever you want, do whatever you want, overcome whatever you want, and we don't need a policy here with such overlap with cross-reference policies that you can see clearly at the bottom of this, to say what we want to say. We're meeting the need, we're taking care of things, and I support the repeal of this policy.
Okay. Director Haefele, you have some thoughts?
It's my understanding that this policy isn't actionable. It's written like a resolution, doesn't give the administrative team the ability to operationalize, so there's that.
Okay.
And I could go on, but everybody has already said everything I would have said anyway.
Well, the policy is written at a higher level, and based on the language in the policy, the superintendent is instructed to operationalize the language in the policy. Director Nelson.
I move to call the vote.
What's that?
Or move this on.
Okay,
Thumbs.
great.
Call for thumbs, whatever's needed.
Yep. So the suggestion by Director Art was to revise this policy based on feedback board members can provide her individually. Is there support for that by a show of thumbs at this time for what Director Art suggested to revise this policy? I don't see enough support. Okay, so this policy from the will of the board is to repeal the policy, and it will come at Dr. X. Before I move on, is there anything else that you want to add to this conversation, Superintendent Gall? Because you're sitting up here.
Nope.
Okay,
We're good.
Great. Okay, this policy will come at a upcoming board meeting for repeal as an action item. Yeah. For coming as an action item as a repeal, thumbs up. Okay. Thank you. I got enough thumbs. Okay. Yeah. I wasn't counting, so that's why. But there is enough thumbs. I can't hear you. Yes, there is a majority of thumbs. There is a majority of thumbs. Moving on to the next item on the future agenda item, request for new agenda items from board for board discussion. Director Nelson.
I sent an email just for the public to be aware that I made a request to put on a future agenda the governance. Currently, it's a governance plan for the MLO, Mill Levy Override Committee, and I would like to shift that over into policy, and so would like to just have that added to a future agenda so that we could get that approved by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay. I was looking to see for Dr. X up there. Is there an alphabet soup for this already that's in place? Governance plan for MLO?
I'll do my research and check, but if not, I can definitely create some letters for you.
It sounds good. Okay, by show of thumbs, this is a future agenda item. Okay, I've got thumbs up for that. So we will figure out a time to schedule it over the next several weeks. Before the end of the school year, is that when you want Director Nelson? Same thing. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anything else? I don't see any other requests at this point in time. Calendar review. Wednesday, April 9th, we have a work session. We also have a special meeting. We may possibly have executive session too that day, if I remember right. So plan accordingly. Wednesday, April 16th and Wednesday, April 23rd, we will have work sessions. Again, there is a lot of items that the board has to cover in the next 3 or 4 weeks, including budget discussions. And we have several other end of the year agenda items that require board attention. So we may have some longer meetings. Be prepared accordingly. And just as a reminder, I think Ms. Olson sent the board graduation invitations. Please remember to fill that out so we have an idea that the school that you've been assigned to, if you cannot speak because of prior obligations or something like that, then we can find an alternate to cover you if necessary. And also for the school's planning itself, if you are going to be attending the graduation, so the school knows to reserve a seating for you on the stage. So please remember to reply back to those emails from Ms. Olson. Okay, seeing no further business, if there are no objections, this meeting will officially adjourn at 8:55 p.m.